Good morning and welcome for the Professional Sepang International Circuit for round 1 of the Idemitsu FIM 2026 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship 2026 season. The bikes passing through us right now are just on the ball 150s. We're out for free practice 1. But yes, for the first time in many years, we begin here for the opening of the season. It's going to be an interesting weekend. We have a lot of names joining into all the championships that we have, all the categories that we have here in the Asian Road Racing Championship. A lot of reshuffling as well. And it's going to be interesting to see how riders perform. It's going to be a real test this weekend because the riders have gone out for the official test on Wednesday, but it's going to be in Sepang as always. And in Sepang, the real test is going to be the 2 long straights that we have, followed by all the hard braking zones, the uphills and downhills. It's such a great venue for the opening round. Now this weekend begins with an interesting weather pattern. In Malaysia, it's been super hot in the mornings up until the afternoons, but we've started the day with a bit of gloomy weather and potential for rain all throughout the weekend, so that could shake things up. Well, let's have a look at what's happening today. Today is going to be free practices from 1, 2, and 3, and then tomorrow we have qualifying in the morning and race 1, and on Sunday it will be the warm-up and then race 2. So without much further ado, let's head out on track and let's see what's going on with the Underbone 150s.
And let me add my greetings. This is Barry Russell in the commentary box. Daniel and I will be taking you through the 13 practice sessions that we have for you today. And here you can see the epic Sepang International Circuit. 15 turns, a bit of everything. Fast corners, slow corners, the 2 brutally fast straights, hard braking areas. Sepang has everything. It's a unique set of demands on riders that it places. You've got to be precise, you've got to be brave, and the machine really needs to be set up to achieve the cornering, the speed, and the hard braking that's required to be successful here. So that's it. We are back with the 30th season of the Asia Road Racing Championship. It started in 1996. We skipped one during the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is season number 30. And it seems fitting that we are starting here at this epic Sepang International Circuit. And as we have the underbones kicking things off for us, and the order will be starting with the underbone 150s, then we've got the Asia Production 250s. They'll be followed by the Supersport 600s, the ASB 1000s, and the TVS Asia International Championship. And then we rinse and repeat thereafter. Total of 13 sessions coming to you during the course of the day. So I hope you'll stay with me and Daniel as we try to orientate you and ourselves with the new teams. A lot of new teams, a lot of new look teams, new sponsors have come in. There we are with a nice So looking here at the entry list for Underbone, we got 22 bikes here this weekend. Back in is the defending runaway championship from last season, Husni Zainal Fauzi, with back in the same team with the same teammate. Zia LFN HP 969, Adeline MCR RBT 34. And a rider to watch coming in, also with the same team, is Rendi Oding. So he's in again as he's in this season with Zaya LFN, as is Gubita Krishna, himself a 2 times champion. So we have a lot of excitement to come from that team, and they're 3 really exciting riders that we're looking forward to watching this season. Fahmi Bassam, who put up a spirited defence of his 2024 championship last year. He's moved up to 250s, staying with LFN, who are very, very good at picking the right riders to go up onto tanked machines. So we won't be seeing him this weekend, but plenty of contenders here, from veterans like Ahmed Fazrul Sham and John Emerson Hingito, who's in now for 4S1M Evo Yamaha Racing Team, the Philippine-based team. New look for, well, we're on former champions, Waiwaji Trilaksana. Racetech 60 team has got a new look, new colours. Now the HJS Youngstar Kawahara RCTH 60 team. So some of those team names extending somewhat, but it's a good sign because sponsors are coming in increasingly into this championship. Looking at other exciting riders, Aditya Fauzi, who was the best Honda by a considerable margin last year, JPN WSND Factory Racing. National Izzat remains with Uma Racing, Yamaha Maju Motor Team, the 2023 champion, who has been pretty much luckless since taking that championship. But as this session gets underway, it is Randy Oding who is leading the way. They gave him the wrong team. Perhaps I was looking cross-eyed at the entry list here, but Randy is partnering John Emerson Hingito in the 4S1M Evo Yamaha Racing Team. Supporting number 95 this year is April King Moscado. He's in once again for Uma Racing Philippines. He stopped out on the circuit with what looked like a mechanical problem. But Randy sits at the top at this very early stage. Yeah, that is the number 95 of April King Moscado. Different colours, different numbers. Yeah, this is always the challenge. It's a fun one at the start of the season, and we will be apologising for the errors, or I will be anyway, as we go through the list. Shurat Sauki, one of a whole clutch of talented riders for LFN going through there. Let's just pick out some of these as they come through. It's the 143 of reigning champion Husni Zainal Fauzi. 178, that's Kiki Sudirman Manarung for Honda Supra. He's aboard for JPN WSND, partnering Aditya Fauzi. Yeah, the 4S1M Evo, they've often run Indonesian and Filipino riders. Could be a question of having been in there before as well. So it seems to work well. And yeah, exciting to see Randy in. Okay, number 78 goes through there. That is Timothy Jonathan Rojas. Let's count the Filipino riders here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 Filipino riders in this championship this year. And looking for a new colour there. The rider going through at the back. I thought the colours on the bike were the Cardinals colours, but they're running pink wheels, so I'm going to have to check the numbers as they come through. They may not be running their full colours in this first free practice session. We're going to see the underbones twice today, and on combined times they will be split into qualifying 1 and 2 for tomorrow morning. Another familiar rider going through there, Ardib Ashad on the number 27. Teammate to Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin, who is surely going to be hoping for better fortune this year.
Going into an AP 250 class than an underbone.
Yeah.
It just seems way more brutal.
Yeah, it is. I think it's a real shock for anybody coming into this for the first time, just how close it is, how aggressive the riders are. And that, of course, is why this series has so many international fans.
It's unique. It's so unique.
Yeah, it really is, and I'm not surprised to see Husney in again this year, because being an underbone rider is actually a career.
Yeah.
It's not a stepping stone necessarily at all. Okay, a few riders have come up from, a few great riders have come up from underbones, but that's not necessarily how it pans out. So we've got legends in like Nazrul, like Wayuaji, like Gupita Krishna. So it's good to see Husney back in to defend his championship.
Yeah, I think it takes a real certain skill to ride an underbone 150 and ride it well at this level, especially. And yeah, as you mentioned, like Gupita Krishna, for example, has had such a long career in this class of bikes.
Yeah, and he's still so fired up every time you see him.
There's Aditya and Kiki now working together. Again, running that lovely pink livery. Very easy for us to spot. Yeah,
that particular shade of pink seems, I've seen on a few bikes as I walked around the paddock yesterday.
Yeah, it's a growingly more popular color now. It's in racing, it seems.
Yeah, I noticed for the Cardinals team, that pink has come from Aon Credit, one of their new sponsors that they signed up with officially yesterday. So yeah, as this series seems to be drawing in more and more sponsors, they got the same color helmets as well, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah, I think
for us.
It's only obvious in the close-ups that Aditya's got some, I think, pink flames on his RI helmet there, which is a bit more distinct, but yeah, they look identical other than the race number. It'll be interesting as well. It's their second season running these Hondas. We should be able to see some improvements. I mean, we've seen how competitive Aditya was on a bike that's quote-unquote unproven in this class for a number of years. So, done a fantastic job, and second season running, so should be able to see something special.
Yeah, well, we do know his quality from when he ran with Racetech 60 on the Yamaha. And fantastic job he did last year too. Ended up 5th in the championship.
Yeah, Racetech did have a hand as well in the development of the JPNW bikes. Only this season they're not running the Racetech name in the team name, so I wonder if they're trying to separate things up, or maybe just a different plan moving forward. But now most of the bikes are back in pit lane. Two runners that we saw, just now Aditya and Kiki, that are still not on track. Just under 10 minutes left, we will see some bikes coming up for the last couple of laps.
Yeah, Randy sitting at the top of the timing screens. I'm just looking, of course, as you mentioned in your introduction, Daniel, we had a official test this week. Randy went very well, and that as well, 234.025. So he's on the same kind of pace, it looks like this time. And Kiki was quickest on combined times.
That's impressive stuff. And again, Randy, the entrance of Randy Oding, he's already leaving an impression on us now, and it's just going to be a matter to see whether he can stitch it together for a good race finish, because it's all good to be quicker on Sepang, but especially in the underbones class, once you reach turn 15, you choose the wrong line, and that's going to really send you from first all the way down to 15th.
Yeah, it's always so good to see that so many fast riders, but the ones with the racecraft is such a big part of this. And when you look at those names that you can see right there near the top of your timing screen, like Wayuaji, Gupita Krishna, Nazrul Izzat, Husni, those are the guys that somehow conjure themselves to the front on that final dash to the line. And like other circuits we go to, it's a relatively short one, so that final turn is so important. As they tackle it now, it's off camber, turn 15 here at Sepang. Yeah, there is familiar sight, no change in appearance at all for the 2023 champion, Nazrul Izzat Bahudin. The older hands in this class, absolutely dogged by mechanical gremlins for the best part of 2 seasons since winning his championship. So let's hope that those guys have got it all together. Just checking the new colours here. 7 minutes remaining in this first session of the day. So that's the 66 bike going through that. It's a Fizi Supat on one of the 2 Vosges machines. It'll be interesting to see what progress they've been able to make during the winter as well. There it is, Supat. What's he done so far?
Decently for the Vosges.
235.8.
It's 1.7 off. 11th is a decent start to the weekend, and of course they have the experienced Muzaki Muhammad as well in that garage. So it's going to be an interesting weekend for the Vosges. We would love to see them improving their results. They slowly crept their way closer to the pack towards the end of last season, but they weren't quite there yet. So let's see whether this season they can find that extra step. All they really need to do is just make sure they don't lose the win from the front group, and then they'll be within a fighting chance.
Yeah, they've got decent riders, so and they're both among that pack there. It's the very familiar 143 there of Husni Zainal Fauzi on the Zero and LFN machine. And there goes Charles Chazras. Again, another rider who brings so much excitement and potential for high-scoring finishes from the Malaysian.
Yeah, you can see the new resurfaced area on the edge of turn 3 there, that extra bit of tarmac.
Yeah, they've got resurfacing there. They've got it at turn 14 as well, haven't they?
Turn 15, I think it was.
Is it 15?
It was initially supposed to be a whole
15.
resurface.
Yeah.
But then, due to international issues, apparently that couldn't get sorted.
International issues. Daniel, I think you can do better. I made notes yesterday during the riders' briefing. New tarmac at turns 3, 6, 14 and 15. Yeah, but yeah, pointing that out. That's useful to keep in mind.
That would be the new track for this as well, wouldn't it? Or as I mentioned as
Yeah,
runoff.
I think it's runoff. I think it's just runoff, but the message was the tarmac is new, so try and stay off it.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see. We would have been one of the first few to have ridden on the fresh tarmac had Sepang followed the original plan. But either way, the tarmac here has always been great, and I don't think the riders will have any issue with it at all. As Dima's going for a decent lap, Shazras as well. For those who remember, a few seasons ago, Shazras on his wild card qualified first after Super Pole. So here he goes again, trying to find some improvements. A bit of a quiet practice one from Husni, by his standards, from the reading champion.
Yeah, and for Team One for All, new rider in for them, Silmi Helsinki. He's nicely up the order. Currently 7th in the session, 234.9.
Yeah, one for has Silmi Helsinki and Akshal Ilham.
Right, so their other rider, Akshal Ilham Safatullah, currently about 3 or 4 seconds slower than his teammate. But always good to watch. Another good shot of the fresh tarmac there.
I know I'm jumping the gun a bit, but I would see Pierpont, who we're used to seeing in the 1-for-all colours, on the 250s after this.
Yeah, it was so cool to see him win the final race of the season in 2025, and then step onto the 250s. I mean, Thailand is well known as a very strong light motorcycle racer. So yeah, we'll soon see. Because 250s is the session coming up next. There are 2 minutes remaining in this one, and Rendi sits at the top with 234.106 that he set very early on. Mayuaji remains second. Padli Ragani for Yamaha LFN. Those three, in fact 4, 5. Gubita and Nazarov, who is 5th. They seem to have been in those positions for most of this session. And then Charles Shazras, the quickest Honda, with a 234.9. So the Vosges there staying in that group. So yeah, being the quickest LFN rider for Fadley, that's a pretty good achievement given the quality in that garage and the sheer numbers.
Yeah, definitely. It's a team that we do really expect results from, and it's just because of how brilliant they are. And yeah, it was always going to be a season without Yamaha LFN HP 969 Indonesia racing team. It was an early announcement of their retirement from racing, but thankfully we are seeing them back again, and it's so good to see them back, because they really have brought some lovely color into this championship. And I'm not just talking about their fairings there.
Yeah, the bikes are easy to spot. The riders have been outstanding to a man. They haven't had any women races in, but every rider has really acquitted themselves well in LFN. So they know how to select riders, that's for sure. Fahmi Bassam being one of the most distinguished. We'll be seeing him on a 250.
Yeah, he seems
not too many minutes from now,
Yeah, and he was super happy yesterday as well, just walking around, and I think he's excited to finally make that step up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Could do 2,000, sorry, Daniel.
Two different numbers that he's putting back together. Hopefully, I mean, he's finished his high school now, so hopefully you won't miss him for a round due to exams.
Right. Yeah. Well, respect to him for sticking to the exams and not banking his future on a career in underburns.
No, because he's starting to look brilliant towards the end of the season, and gosh, the second the second last round was the last time we saw him where he put in a decent result, and then in the final round, yeah, it's just unfortunate timing. There's your reigning champion, 143. Husne, they're just making his way across. Fizi Supat just a little bit behind him.
Yeah. Supat, where is he now? Number 66. 13th, 235.8. So yeah, I mean, this has been dominated by Yamahas and to a lesser extent Hondas for so long, this category, that it's always good to see somebody else coming into the mix, and in this case the Chinese manufacturer Voj.
I think it won't be long until we start seeing more Chinese manufacturers coming to this championship as well. The Voj machines are looking slowly more threatening.
Yeah, indeed.
I can only imagine what bikes we can expect to see in the 250s, 600s and 1000s in the coming years.
Yeah, they're really making an impression now. I'm even thinking of buying a Chinese scooter.
There we go.
To get around my local area. So yeah.
The weather has been, by Sepangsan, it's very nice and cool and really decent.
Yeah, that's it. The comfortable temperatures, no wind to speak of. So very good conditions for that opening session. And it was the number 129, Rendy Oding. Welcome back to Sepang International Circuit. We are on track and underway with the 2026 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. This is the second of 13 sessions coming your way today. We are here with the AP250s. So we just need to, we're just going to take a look here at an incident that happened at turn 4. So it's Gao Jiang on the number 40 for team One for All.
Yeah, there's Unai there. So it's unfortunate for Unai. I think that was the outlap actually. I think Unai just asking a bit too much in the front, perhaps turn 4. Still trying to get used to the bike. He told me after the press conference that a few of the parts that they wanted to try, they didn't try during the test. So this would have been that session, and there's going to be a lot of time gone for them.
Yeah, so exciting new rider in for an exciting new team, actually. We knew the team as Antares, the Beijing-based team, under the ownership and leadership of Shenchen Zhang, who's racing here again this season on the number 40, but they've switched from Yamaha to Kawasaki, I was going to say, and down goes another new rider into this championship, Cristobal Villanueva for Victor Racing. Perhaps some of these new riders need to take a little bit more time to get used to Sepang. This is another front tuck.
You can see the front washing away as well. His front was just bouncing up and down as he ran down through the gears on the brakes. Yeah, turn 15 in Sepang can do that to you. It's a tricky one. Chris was a promising talent from Philippines, and again, a shame for him to lose time on the Victor Racing R3 practice 1.
Yeah, not too much damage, and it's very early in the day, so he should get some good track time in. Yeah, going through there is the rather more familiar number 39 of Yamaha Thailand's Kritapat Kankum, who was exciting in last year's championship, challenging indeed the eventual winner, Fadila Arbi. Looking perhaps for more consistency this season, I think, Kritapat, but the speed is there, the talent is clearly there. So this should be a big season for him. I had a chat with the team yesterday and suggested that this was his objective for the season. They were a little bit coy about it, but it must be. Absolutely must be for the rider and for the team.
The thing I love about Kritapat is you don't get much out of him in terms of confidence, but you can see how happy he is every time to be on the bike, and I think that is confidence.
Yeah, happy riders, as we know, are quick riders. And yeah, there's a nice vibe in the team. He seems to get on well with the senior rider in that squad, Anupab Sarmoon on the 600s. Yeah, I think they've got a good thing going for them this season. And realistic shots at both the 250 and the 600 championships.
Yeah, just behind Kritapat there was Tayo Saito. Tayo there, a bit of an error going into turn 15.
Yeah, this is kind of a reincarnation of the Indian campaign, Honda campaign. They've got a new sponsor, new look, and a new management. So we're hoping to see good things coming through from the Servo Hypersport Racing by 1010. 1010 we've seen in here before as a team. And there's a familiar number, but on an unfamiliar machine, 222 of Fahmi Bassam, the 2024 Underbone champion, stepping up to 250s. So that'll be really exciting to see what he can do on the tank machine. Got Daniel Shami behind him. So many exciting racers in this team. Daniel Shami running alone in the UMA racing team. Only the second season in this particular category for UMA Racing as well. But Daniel was exciting last year.
He was, yeah. Once he got that bike up to spec and he really started catching the front. And again, for a team to debut the bike and get on the podium in their first season, it is impressive. Of course, Daniel Shami is a mega talent. Talking to him at the press conference as well. The bike, he said, engine-wise is the same, but they have made improvements in the setup to get the bike a little bit quicker. So interesting to see how that fares out going into this weekend.
Yeah, just behind them, Irfan Heikel on the number 21. And back on a 250 for Astra Honda there is Reza Danica Arens. 2 AP 250 championships already under his belt. And after a couple of seasons in 600s, where he didn't quite make the impression that we were hoping for, he's back on these smaller engine machines. It'd be really exciting to see what he can do, because we've got used to much younger riders in this series, so it's going to be a nice mix to see somebody with so much experience coming back in. There's a friend of yours there going through, the number 68, Daniel, Jazil Jarami. And again for ACR, there he is, the number 68.
I just wonder whether they've gotten some upgrades to the bike. I think Team RACR, Team ACR, their biggest issue is just the lack of a track in Singapore to do any testing or training at all. So I'm hoping that they did get some improvements on the bike and that Jazil can start testing for better positions, because Jazil is a talented rider. The only Singaporean representative in the AP 250s right now.
Yeah, it'd be really good to see him threatening regular places in the top 10 should be achievable for a rider of his caliber.
Yeah.
Quickest rider so far, though, is Kritapat. Shoto Yokoyama going through, the number 91.
A lot of names in this field right now. 30 riders who have been registered for a full season, which doesn't leave many grid slots for wildcards in the other rounds.
Absolutely, yeah. Some big names as well. We haven't seen anything from him yet, but Rich Takahira hasn't started. He was so close to podium finishes last season on so many occasions. And just says here on an outlap, we'll see him no doubt. Number 80 of Setu Rajiv, I had a chat with him yesterday. He's coming back into the new look Indian-based Honda team, Servo Hypersport Racing by 1010. And I nearly didn't recognize him. I saw him in the media center yesterday. But he physically looks like a 600 or a superbike rider now. He's really put on some upper body strength, which he says he's going to try and lose, or the muscle mass anyway. Yeah.
Oh, here's Carson Jacob Solis, an exciting young Filipino.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what he can do on that SDG Honda.
He'll be riding as a pair with Aiki Yoshi, who's already done pretty decently on his first session with the Honda. 7th fastest. Oh, if only you guys could have seen the smile on Aiki's face during the press conference.
Yeah,
you can rewatch it, yeah.
Indeed we did, yeah. I mean, he's been running on Kawasaki's for more seasons than I can remember. And there he is in brand new colours, same number at 37. He did some fantastic development work on the Kawasaki in 2 seasons before he switched colours.
Yeah, I think Aiki extracted every single bit of the Kawasaki, and a few times last season we saw him so close to the podium. So only time's going to tell what Aiki can do now on a very well proven machine.
Yeah, this is a real test for him, actually. Aiki Yoshi, I think he's 26 now.
Yeah, around that, yeah.
Yeah.
Time for Aiki to strike, and as of right now, he has found improvement in Sector 1 and Sector 2, but Sector 3, I think, a bit of traffic for him and Carlson. Looks like he's just giving Carlson a bit of a toe as well to try and help Carlson get used to AB 250 rhythm. Carlson is familiar with this class over here in the local Malaysian championship, so it wouldn't be too hard for Carlson to get up to speed. But again, with every team, even though it can be the same bike, there's going to be some differences, and it's going to be where Carlson will have to adapt.
Yeah, we're looking there at the 571 of Fadil Musyavi. Exciting rider for Yamaha Indonesia that we saw shaking things up several occasions during 2025.
We always talk about Astro Honda's talent pool, but it's not just Astro Honda. Yamaha Indonesia as well as fantastic talent pool. And of course, in the World Championship now, we've seen what Galangandro could do. We know what Ali Satya Mahendra is doing right now, and they've got another one as well coming up in the Blue Crew for Yamaha Indonesia. So yeah, talent's flying out everywhere from Indonesia.
Yeah, really good work by both Yamaha and Honda in developing these riders. It's really really incredible, and has put Indonesia on the world racing scene map well and truly.
Yes, Fadil Musyavi, this lap is a rider for him. Currently running in 13th. We know he's capable of much more. We have seen Fadil on the podium, if I remember correctly, last season in round 4 or 5. It's the last time out for him. A number of riders have come back into pit lane for some adjustments. Still just under 13 minutes, so plenty of time for them to come back out again.
Yeah, Astro Honda running 2 riders. One of whom is pretty close to the top, Badly Ayatollah. And the other one, of course, Razor Danica Arens, that number 123, another former champion on MS Glow for men, another Honda, Gary Salim. Be really interesting to see what he can do. Another rider that's been up and down the 250, 600, doing that little dance.
Yeah, it's interesting, MS Glow for men. Gary Salem has been riding in the Mandalika series for the past 3 seasons, I believe, with the MS Glow for men team. And we've seen them wildcard twice already, 2 or 3 times actually, in the ARC with that outfit. So now they're back for a full season with a long-term plan, according to Dimasaki Pratama. The colors of the bike this season are gorgeous. It reminds you of the Vodafone McLaren livery in F1 many years back.
Yeah, they really are beautifully turned out machines, and with riders like Gary and like Dimas.
It's quality.
We'll be seeing out in the next session. It's just, yeah, it's really exciting, and good to see, you know, a private team, if you like. Good to see what they're going to be able to do. Been spending a little quality time there with Panjarut Chitral-Chat, who is on for Honda Racing Thailand this season.
This is a rider I'm really excited for. I've seen Panjarut in the Talent Cup as well. There's a few other championships he's raced in, and he's just been brilliant. In the Honda Talent Cup, he was dominant. His championship winning season, there was almost nobody that could contest him. And now Honda Thailand have brought him into the AB250 class for a full season. I think now he's just slowly trying to find the setup for the bike. He's sitting in 16th, but I think you better believe that he will find his way to the front eventually.
Yeah, I mean, Honda Racing Thailand, they're known for picking riders. They make some quite bold choices as well. They seem to bring riders from nowhere and they stick them in, and they really go well. It's Tayo Saito again. Servo Hypersport 1010 Honda. Japanese rider for an Indian team.
It's such an interesting mix of collaborations this season for the teams. For example, in number 150s, we saw between, again, the continuation of Indonesia and the Philippines with the Force 1M. Here we see Tayo Saito and Seto Rajiv.
Yeah, both some way down the order at the moment.
I think the team still needs to get used to the regulations for the AP250 class. There have been some changes as well coming to this season, and it will be a challenge for some riders and teams to get the hang of. I wonder again. Sorry, go.
Yeah, I was going to say just Irfan Haikal coming through there. The number 21. Quiet session for him.
Yeah, Irfan Haikal was a bit of a last-minute entrant as well. He was originally not announced, and then in the last minute, there was an announcement of Motor Honda Asia team. So I believe it was an initiative with Honda Racing Malaysia. So he is a rider under their program. So try and get more information on that team coming through, because as far as I know, Motor Honda Asia team is a team that only exists here as of right now.
Right, Irfan Haikal, an exciting rider. There's the number 40 of Shin Chun going through, just ahead of Panjarup, the Thai rider. But at the top, got 8 minutes remaining in this session, but Kiripat Kankum for Yamaha Thailand has been at the top for a long time. Badly Ayatollah has been second for most of the session, and now in third is Reza Danica, who's not unsurprisingly finding his feet quickly in this class. Then it's Chandra Homawan, who provided lots of excitement last season. Good season for him. It'll be interesting to see whether he can put together a championship threatening season for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. And Yun Hu Tri, Motul Honda Asia, the Vietnamese rider, just ahead of his compatriot, but on another Honda for Honda Racing Vietnam. Interesting for Honda Racing Vietnam, who improved and improved last season, especially towards the end. They've now got rather a distinguished rider coach in there, as you've probably seen, Daniel, in the shape of Hiroki Ono.
What a person to have as your rider coach over there. This master of the lightweight class.
Indeed, and I'm sure the TVS field will be relieved to see that he's not going to be in there to torment the rest of them this season.
Yeah, you can almost see a weight off the shoulders of the riders there.
Yeah. There is the number 222 of Fahmi Bassam. His first official session on the LFN Yamaha in the 250 class. Decent 1-2, sitting 9th. 1.2 off that best time, also on a Yamaha set by Thailand's Kritapat. One of the Indian machines coming through there. That's Tayo Saito rather. Number 100. 2 zeros there made to look like eyes on the front. Long Nanzer, number 15 going through. Once again on a Yamaha for Victor Racing Team this season. coming out of Hong Kong, but that machine of Taiyu Sato, very easy to spot. But with 5 minutes remaining, it's 2:25.287 for Kritapat is the target in these really perfect conditions that we're enjoying this morning here at Sepang International Circuit. Top Kritapat. Yamaha Racing Thailand, badly for Astra Honda, and Razor for Astra Honda. And Chandra for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. And then we've got two Vietnamese riders, Hu Tri and Nguyen Viet Tuan. Viet Tuan, a new rider in for us from Vietnam, so it's good to see them pushing some new riders in.
It's about time we see more Vietnamese riders make their way through in these championships. Interesting to see what they do with the current developments that they have in that team.
Yeah, Chao Vietnam led the way for many seasons there, doing a really good job. Podium finishes, races, threatening at the front. And that seems to have dragged in a lot of new riders in Vietnam coming to this highly competitive series. Looking at times now, we've got 6 riders in the 225s. That kind of formation of riders, like a whole bunch of them riding together, is what you can expect to see during the races. We have had really close racing. It sometimes almost seemed like we were watching an underbone race in 250s, but the kind of racing we've had in this category is really close, really competitive, really exciting. Fahmi Passam, one of those riders. Fahmi is just outside the 225s, 226.1 for him. 45 going through there is Badley, who's made a terrific start to this season. Cha Jin Tong currently running 14th. Cha Jin Tong, of course, we've got news to seeing for the last 3 seasons, if I'm not wrong, in Supersport 600. He's in as a replacement rider, but good to see him anyway. He on the number 22 machine. It's for Tianyu Asia Racing MFZ. And that's the 91 of Shoto Yokoyama for Aeon Credit, the Cardinals rider in this class for this season. There he is. And there are the kind of dusty blue and dusty pink colours there, the Aeon Credit Cardinals machines. Cha Jin Tong looking very comfortable on the 250. A little way down the order, 14th, Cha Jin Tong, 227.3. Now, in the official test, Cha Jin Tong did a 226.167. He was about 5th quickest in the official test that we had here at Sepang on Wednesday. 45 going through there is Badley, rider and a number we're going to be getting very used to seeing. Checkered flag is about to come out now. There are riders coming out onto the circuit from pit lane. 3 riders there who are just probably going to test some changes that they've made. Because they will not, of course, get a flying lap in. It's quite a good shot. You can see the conditions here pretty well as we look down towards turn 15 there. It's kind of grey and hazy, but vision on track is clear enough. Cool, no wind. Well, cool by Sepang standards. Probably not quite yet up to 30 degrees yet. Indeed, 28 degrees. A high of 34 degrees predicted here, but Kritapat Kankum sat at the top of the timing screens for in just a few minutes.
So I'm with Adam Nordin from the AMI Suzuki Racing Team Garage. So Adam, it's always good to see you back, and this time for the opening round. I think the question on everyone's minds is, how many rounds will we see you here for?
Okay, thank you so much, Daniel. It's good to be back here. We are planning to be in ARC at least for 4 rounds lah. So this is the discussion that we make, and then the 2 more round, one more TBC round that ASL Racing is not confirmed yet. If it's gonna be Indian or Sepang, then we will join lah. If somewhere else, we will discuss about that lah. So for Thailand second round Asia Racing, for sure we will miss, but hopefully the rest we will join.
Well, it's exciting to hear. Now let's talk about the bike. So we've seen moments of brilliance with you on the bike, and it seemed like the bike just needed that extra step. So what is that extra step that you guys have taken so far for 2026?
Okay, from last year to this year, the changing the most is the electronic side. We make quite big changing. So the team has been working since the beginning of the year, and then but okay, again we didn't have much track time. Only one time in January. But anyway, the team has been working really hard, and we have last 2 days the testing, many things new, and then still have some little bit of trouble, but in FP3 in the afternoon we recover a bit. We close the gap from the first, so that is good sign of us. Still many things to many room to improve, so hopefully for today we will fix everything.
So we know the weather on Sepang for the past few weeks has been absolutely hot. I think it's been close to 38 degrees Celsius at times. So if it's going to be hot this weekend, right now it's very nice, but if it's to be really hot, do you think your tires will struggle a bit? Because we know when you don't have the top speed, you're going to have to push more in the turns. Is that going to be a bit more of a struggle?
Yeah, you never know in Malaysia, because even last night it was raining, so so that's why one of why we changed the electronic this year is because of that. Last year, with the electronic that we had, the option is really small, and then with now the electronic that we upgrade, more room to play around, so I can play more on the electronic side when I was on the track. I don't need to be on the pit to wait for my mechanic to do the decision lah. So that's why we changed the new electronic to help me on the race side.
So of course this season we'll have 14 laps for your ASV 1000 race. I think there's going to be a bit more race planning rather than just full attack mode, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. I'm really it was interesting because for me, for 1000cc 12 lap feel like really quite short. For 14 lap it will be more challenging, like especially on the rider side, to managing the tire, how to control the traction control, the edge brake. So more play around on the track and more action as well.
I can't wait to see it. Thank you so much, Adam. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank you so much, Daniel.
It was great to hear there a few moments ago from Adam Noradin, who is running again. We're so excited to have him back in on the Suzuki for the ASB 1000 Championship. One of the most articulate and intelligent when he talks riders in the paddock. But as you could probably hear as Adam was talking to Daniel, the Super Sport 600s are on track for the first time officially in 2026. And so let's join the action here. And top of the timing screen is class rookie from last year, Herjan Atner. managed to take a race win in Mandalika, and who started off the session well with a 2:11.1 to put him at the top. On your screen there, the two Indonesian Yamahas of Ferozi Torikatula, number 36, and Wai Nugroho, number 89. Why you're more experienced in this championship? Ferozi stepped up to Super Sport in 2025 after a terrific 250 campaign in 2024, which ended up with him second, despite him having broken his leg and missed races during that season. So a really brave, tough rider looking to make his mark in his second season in this category. And Wai Nugroho really came strong as well during 2025. So we're looking for great things for him. And what a championship this was. If you recall, we came right down to the last race of the season, and the championship was taken by Kazma Daniel from Anupam Salmoon on countback. They were even on points. The better positions scored by Kazma meant that he took the championship. So we're hoping, and we can reasonably expect, more of the same this season. Both riders are in again, Kazma and Anupam. And there are two riders who are going to be threatening this season as well. Tanak Longpleau on the number 31 and Kitsadar Tanachot, two young riders for Honda Racing Thailand. Great to see them back in, see what they can do this season. Made their mark this last season. Now let's see what they can put together over the course of 2026. Currently on times, running together, 2:14 for Tanat, 2:15 for Kitsadar, but very early stages here. Just 9 minutes into this 30-minute session for Supersport. And if you just joined us, then you can see the conditions here at Sepang International Circuit are overcast, quite cool, 28 degrees air temperature. So that would translate to an ideal working temperature for the tyres here at this 5.5 kilometre Sepang International Circuit. 2:11.106 remains the best time set so far as we reach the 1/3 point in the session, and that is with Hergen. Stay with the Thai Hondas for a while as they start to put some quicker times in. Talking about quicker times, there's a very fast Sector 1 just being put in by Hergen Atna. Machine there of McKinley Carl Paz. Sorry, the 23 of McKinley Carl Paz. Running again on a Yamaha. And yeah, we'll have a look at one of the exciting returners to this category very soon. But newcomer, Fadila Arbi Aditama, the 2025 AP 250 champion, really showed his class in the 250 sector. A deserving champion, just a little class above the rest. Running again, number 93. So there's two former AP 250 champions in for Astra Honda Racing Team. The 2024 champion, Hergen, and the 2025 champion, Arbi. Hergen currently second quickest, 2:11, but into the 2:10s now is Karolidin Powie.
Yeah, Kip the first to drop below the 2:11s. Good start from Hergen. He's been training a lot on the 600s. So has RB. So interesting to see the improvements. I mean, right now it's already evident with Hergen. Kip, no surprise that he's got dropped into the 2:10s. I think Kip has been looking the fittest I've seen him in a while, and it's really good to see Kip looking like he's coming back on form.
Yeah, when he is on form, he quickly becomes the rider to beat. That's for sure.
Looking at timings, it is all quite tightly packed in the top 6, so I think we should see another brilliant season like last season, where it's just like at least 8 bikes all fighting together for the podium positions.
Yeah, Tanat, this is a season for him to show what he can really do. Important season for the young Thai rider to see where his career can go from here. If he can be consistent, he'll be a contender.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we've seen how good Tanat is on the 600s. Just a matter of putting a good season in all together. Honda Racing Thailand, they're really trying to push talent up, so it'll be interesting to see. I still remember Mr. Alex Prampapa from Honda Thailand saying on Tanat's, I think it was during his AP 250 win, that he wants Tanat to straight away go to thousands, and I think even Tanat was a bit shocked, but it's good to see him getting track time on the 600s. I think that will be the grand plan for Honda Racing Thailand. Get Tanat up to speed, put him in the thousands, and another brilliant Thai talent be born.
Yeah, consistency this year in the Thai Honda team with Nakarin on the flagship ASB 1000. A close runner-up in the ASB 1000 champion, and running again with Tanat and Kitsadar.
Just look for Isa Mikma, another talented young rider. Starting in 11th, he's nursing an injured shoulder after a crash in the test during Wednesday's testing Wednesday's testing morning. His shoulder's properly scuffed up, and he is riding with a bit of pain, so we'll wait to see his get on form. I've seen him doing consistent low to 11s around Sabang. So if he takes a couple of painkillers and manages to find his pace, should be a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm really excited to see Izam in this class.
The reigning champion is in 4th. Anupap is in 5th. The 2 Yamahas. And the top 3 covered by the 3 Hondas.
Yeah, Tanat pushing on. That was a good first sector for him.
Kitsada is another one that's going to need to find a bit of consistency this season. There was a Mandalika where we saw Kitsada rise to the occasion. So again, the talent is clearly there. It's just a matter of them piecing it all together.
Yeah, it's the consistency that they need. Because there was, I think it was Mategi that just didn't show up.
Yeah, that was the most shocking round, I think, for us watching Honda Racing Thailand. because we did expect big things from them last season. 2024 for them was brilliant, and 2025 just was a bit of a miss, unfortunately.
Yeah, just on your screen there, Zhao Jianhao, Chinese rider coming in for the first time with Victor Racing Team into this category. So very much cutting his teeth in these early stages.
Yeah, a lot of riders coming back to pit lane. Dimas is the only one coming out now. So Dimas is just trying to get up to speed now with CBR 600 in Sepang.
Yeah, so good to see Dimas back in this series. Just looking back, he was a rookie in this series in 2012. Now 33 years old, and with just abundant international experience and quality. I'm really excited to see what he can do, especially on the MS Globe for Men. You know, the private. I know it's a well-resourced team, but it's still a private team nonetheless. But a rider of his quality, with the experience that he's had not only here but in CV Championship, World Championship, in endurance racing. I mean, he's got to be set for a good season.
Definitely. I mean, both him and Gary to me are two riders who I would consider reference riders. I mean, they have so, like as you mentioned, so much experience under their belt. So good to have them back.
Yeah, Kip remains at the top as they have this sort of halfway session stop.
Yeah, nothing record-breaking top speed-wise. The fastest one so far has been by Wahyu Nugroho with the 251.7 kilometers power and the speed trap. There's a good look at that lovely livery from the MS Globe for Men racing team with Dimas Eki. It really looks like the McLaren Vodafone style livery. It's awesome looking.
Yeah, there he is. This, yeah, those colours. I think you probably described them best then. But yeah, really distinctive looking, especially that front shot.
Yeah. Of course, it's a different sport, different manufacturer, but it reminds me of the silver. The nickname I would give it is the Silver Arrow.
Yeah. So MS Globe for Men, first time into 600s too. Yeah.
Yeah, only as a wild card in the past in Mandalika, if I remember correctly. And Dimas was unlucky last season as well in that wild card season. He came in and crashed out, I think, in qualifying and in the race.
Yeah, so, well, quality time on the bike now, while the rest of the field pretty much is in pit lane. Got more than 10 minutes remaining here.
I think the real difficulty for Dimas, Gary has done a number of wildcards in ARC with the 250, but for Dimas, he hasn't ridden on the Dunlops for a while, which is why I think he had those crashes in Mandalika. And so maybe now for this session as well, it's just a matter of finding that setup. It's a different character all around, so the whole geometry of the bike will be adjusted.
Yeah, he'll take his time. I'd be surprised to see him really push and do some stupid stuff early on because of his experience and you know, especially the kind of Moto 2 and endurance that he's done.
Number 20, the number we've seen in this class, and same manufacturer but completely different team altogether. And Dimas, you can see they're just squiggling out of turn 14. So this lap's actually looking decent from Dimas. Should be bringing that time down to about a 2:15, I think. So already a decent improvement. I think he came in early just to make those adjustments immediately. Turn 15 now comes Dimas, so it might be actually little bit higher than a 15. It is an improvement for Dimas as he comes across to 18.0.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not going to rush it, but the whole I think the whole ARRC community was just delighted to see him back and willing him to success. And he was the rider that for a brief moment thought he'd won the championship in Buriram at the end of last season. Anupab Sarmoon level on points with Kazma Daniel, but missed out on the count back. It's a pretty mixed season for both of them, actually. I really think this category is wide open again this season.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to make any predictions in this class, especially with, I mean, just looking at the timings from this morning alone, the improvements that RB and Herjin have made. So now you have easily 8 riders with high potential for threat at the top. So yeah, it's going to be a really good season.
Absolutely. Anupab, we know what he's capable of. We know what a scrapper he is. I mean, he just brings so much to every race that he rides in. Leaves nothing behind.
I'm pretty sure prior to Buriram in the final round, there was no decent qualifying session from Anupab. He just couldn't get going in qualifying. And yet, he managed to muscle his way through the pack and fight for the title till the very end.
Yeah, his record here, he had, well, in round 2, we had 2 rounds at Sepang, round 2 and round 5. In round 2, he started from the back, scored two-thirds. But hopefully he'll get a better qualifying.
Yeah. Yeah, he did mention that as well yesterday, that he just needs to sort out qualifying. If he can find a better position, then he can manage his race better. There's a bunch of riders all coming back out on the track. Looking for a bit of improvement from Izam. And would love to see Farouzi as well close that gap. He's down with a 213.3. You know Farouzi's capable of much more. In the previous lap, Dimas has gone up into 217, so really good steady improvements from Dimas.
Yep, as we would expect. So we'll just keep an eye on Dimas.
Well, Cosmo's gone up with a 210.7.
So the champion has made his mark.
Anupab there just moving away from RB behind him. Not trying to let anyone get advantage from him. Oh, look at Kasma. Kasma is flying through Sector 1. It's gone up by a few tenths in Sector 1 alone. And Kasma's strongest sectors in Sepang has always been Sector 1 and Sector 3. So this could be a mid-210 coming in from Kasma Daniel. A little bit slower for Cosmo this time, so
not bad though.
Yeah, still pretty decent. Let's see what he does for the rest of it. For now, there's Anupab and RB. Anupab finding improvements behind Fadila RB. Cosmo now, he's just gone through turn 12 into 13. Now into 14, just a last straight left for Cosmo. So on that sector 4 is something special. He's gonna still lap another very good 2:10, but faster than his previous. Anupab's faster through sector 2 again. So good lap coming in from Anupab. Should be a lower 2:11.
One of few riders in any of these categories that's running in the same colours and the same team name. Hongyong Yamaha. Scotsman
Oh.
Daniel making an early statement here.
He's done a 2:10.5. He has managed to do a pretty monstrous sector 4, so 2:10.5 for Kasma in this morning practice 1 session.
Yeah, he's just easing off there to admire his work. As well he might.
Brilliant work from Kasma. 2:10.5. I think that's target done for him in practice 1. A little lower down, Dimas has gone down all the way to 2:16, so already shedding the time off. Kip, as of right now, hasn't found any improvements. He's been lapping in at 2:12s, 2:11s.
Yeah, we saw mid-209s from Kasma on Wednesday in the official test. And from arch rival Anapab. So got 0.7 covering the top 5. It's Kasma to Anapab, with Kip Hergen and Helmi in between.
Izam just coming across with a 2:13.1. He goes up into 9th for now. Just behind Tanat there.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of Yasman on the screen, but currently just 0.6 off the top. And we do see very, very tight times here in Super Sport, perhaps tighter than any other category from the top 10, covered by not very many tenths. So Tanat on the Victor Racing Yamaha, getting in the wheel tracks of Tanat Long Pliao. We know how well Tanat goes here, so it's good strategy from Izam. Still just Kasma and Kip, the two local riders in the 2:10s. Hergen knocking on the door. Helmi knocking on the door.
These two riding together. Izam's finding some improvements behind Tanat, but Tanat's only gone up in sector 3, but he's close to moving up a couple positions as well. For Rosie's gone up into an 8th with a 2:12.4. Let's see what these two do.
Definitely going to be an improvement from Izam.
Izam improved ever so slightly, but Tanat improved further, 2:12.9. Oh, Tanat's got a wide and it's sucked Izam through.
Quickest top speed as well from Izam. So it's got a good motor there from Victor Racing. That's good to see, that's reassuring.
Yeah, what he told me yesterday was that he was surprised by how good the Victor Racing engine was, so that's a good sign for them as well.
Absolutely.
So fully fit Izam should be able to see some decent performances from him this season.
There is Helmi Asman. Number 32. Always ran the big yellow number on the front, which was dead easy to spot. But just going slightly lower key this season.
Yeah, I think they decided that the racing red looked a bit more menacing at the front of that CBR 600. Kip as well with a different number this season, running the number 98.
Yeah, again, these are two riders with bags of experience in this category. Helmy moved up to 600s in, could have been 2018?
2019.
19, right.
Somewhat of a veteran in the 600s class.
Yeah, he's got a whole hat full of wins. He must have his eye again, another rider with his eye on the championship and a real chance of achieving it.
He's been close a couple of times, Ben. You'd have to imagine that this is the time now. I mean, oh, look at this lovely helmet as well. Completely forgot about that. The new Alpenstars helmet. But yeah, I mean, Helmy's been brilliant in 600s, and he's shown his quality on the thousands in this local championship. So I think in Helmy's mind now, finish off 2026, prove to Honda that he deserves a ride in a spot on the thousands, and really make his mark there. So I must say, I mean, when I see him riding the thousands, I think he could be a real threat once he gets up there. But he has to prove himself here.
Yeah, a lot of us kind of thought he might step up, but it's good. I'm glad he's still in the 600s, personally.
I think he brings great color into this championship, so the way he rides the 600 is just awesome.
Yeah, so just round up those results for first practice session of 3 for the Supersport 600 category. And it was defending champion, Casper Daniel, making an early statement. very warm welcome back to Sepang International Circuit as we're getting deeper into the fifth official day of the season for the 2026 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. This is our first sighting of the ASB 1000s. They did have tests on Wednesday, but this is the first official day out in round one. And there's a few new riders, new colours to get used to. And we will take you through them. Some new names, some old names returning. Names changing teams.
It's only practice one, but we'll be looking out for the benchmarks of around the mid to higher 206 as the fastest times. There is a familiar rider on very different colors.
Yeah, familiar rider, familiar number, and of course that was who I was thinking about when I said about new colors. Andy Farid Izdihar switching finally, you know, after so many years with Honda, to Ducati. He was very coy about the reason for the move when you asked him in the press conference yesterday. Normally Andy is one of the best interviewees.
He's hiding something.
Yeah. But, yeah, when I see him, I'll give him my complete opinion about his performance in the interview.
Yeah.
But that doesn't count, of course. This is what counts. And after you know, his almost mysterious retirement and the rumours about where he might go and what he might be doing and all the rest of it, here he is. He's popped up for JDT Racing, the Johor-based team, on a Ducati, partnering the 2025 champion, Hafiz Sharim.
Interestingly as well, for the first time in a long time, he's riding with Arai helmets and with the Nitty Racing sticker. So for those familiar, Nitty Racing has a huge presence right now in the Baggers Cup as well. So
a complete makeover for the Indonesian hero.
So it's going to be a really interesting season, and another exciting news for the team. Mr. Raziman, the team principal, also did mention about the new bikes. They're not here this weekend, but I think we can expect to see them sometime this season. And boy, oh boy, with that double swing arm and the improvements they've made with that Ducati, it will be interesting once those get on grid.
Yeah, well, it was a good outing on Wednesday for Andy. Good first outing, I thought, on that, but a very good one. Hafiz Sharim continued into 2026 in the official test, very much as he finished 2025 with a time that was just under the qualifying record, and that's significant because Dunlop had put up £1,000,000 for the rider who breaks the lap record.
It's not a bad trophy to take back at all. Yeah, Hafiz, he's looking on form. He's on race ties. He managed to lap in the 205s. Andy as well was, what I would say, up to speed on the bike. So these two are really going to be a threatening duo.
Yeah, there is the number 41, Nakarena Terapuvapat, who finished 3 points behind Hafiz in the event at the last round. He wobbled at the end of the season, having looked as though at one stage he had one hand on the trophy, but he missed out in the end. And here's a returning hero, if ever there was one. Anthony West on the Moto Go Yamaha. So pleased to see the Australian legend. I think you called him a legend to his face, didn't you, yesterday?
I did. I think I geeked out a little.
But the quality of Anthony West, anybody who knows motorcycle racing knows that the talent of this rider is off the scale and as good as almost anybody in the history of motorcycle racing that you can think of.
Exactly, I mean,
and you can mention all the obvious ones, and talent-wise, he's there.
Yeah, I think anyone who's a real fan of the sport knows what Anthony West is capable of, and as you mentioned, the talent that he has. So it's so good to have him back into Asia World Racing and into the thousands class.
Yeah, and it was heartwarming yesterday just to see how pleased he was to be back in the ARC fold, because had some great times. I mean, he was he was struggling with competitive machinery during 2018, but finished second in the Supersport Championship. 2018 was the last year that Supersport was the blue ribbon class. And here he is back again.
Hafiz has just put a decent gap between himself and everyone else. He's done a 206.3. Oh, and Adinanta Putra currently sitting in second. So Adinanta did not take long to get used to the power of the thousands category. So very strong start from Adinanta.
Yeah, again in your interview yesterday, he sounded really cagey about how difficult it was to get on terms, but his performance in the test on Wednesday belied his caution.
Yeah, to his sort of, as you said, how cagey he was. When he responded, I just felt asking him, "Are you sure?" Because he looks really quite decent already on this bike, and
yeah,
mind you, he's just made that step up. So if this is how he started, it's looking really good for Adinanta on thousands.
Yeah, I don't want to curse him, but it reminded me a little bit of the debut of Andy Farid when he came in 2000s, having won the 600 championship. He was immediately quick.
Yeah, big mistake there from Mazroy, nearly losing the rear a couple of times through turn 1 and 2. You see the rear kicking out a lot for him, so I think they will have to make some adjustments. Kito Abe, 207.2. It's still nearly a second down from Hafiz, 8/10.
There is Azroy Hakim Anwar. He won 3 out of 4 races here at Sepang last year. So, always a threat, brilliant rider.
Another interesting debutant in this class is Rocco Sessler, who spent a lot of time in his 600 season training on the thousands. He was training on a R1 back in Spain, I believe it was. And it's almost like he was foreshadowing the debut to the thousands class, because he's come in, and with that training experience, I think it's helped him adapt. And he's doing really well, 207, and he's only 17 now.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he makes the podium, and if we had champagne, he would not be old enough to drink it. But yeah, he's. I'm really intrigued to see him step up, and to see what he can do. A young German on a German machine, of course, Savitar Team Asia.
Yeah, I spoke to the team boss a couple of weeks back about this move, and they expect Rocco to be able to fight. And of course, we haven't seen any official test times by then, so during that time. So after watching the official testing happen, I think we can see very much why. And he comes across now with a 207.4.
77 is Adam Norridin, who we heard from earlier. He's got to be one of the best interviewees in the paddock as well.
He's great. He's got so much out of him, and really info that is really useful. Oh, Adinanta has done a 206. 206.799 from Adinanta Putra, who he said, not exactly by these words, but adapting to the thousands.
Yeah. Well, okay. Quick learner. That was a quick lap there from Andy Friedrich-Dehar as well. He's just gone up into third.
This is interesting. We have a number of riders into the lower 207s. Adinanta into the 206. And one thing that's going to be exciting for Adinanta, he's a rookie in this class. So he will be taking a risk whenever he sees that he can. And that will be exciting to watch. Andy Fry's got good
Yeah.
as well.
He's got a rider in front of him.
Yeah, that's number 62, Chanching Rong, Dr. Mike, chiropractor around these parts.
I'm a fan of chiropractors. About every 9 months or so, I get kind of out of shape, and I go and see a chiropractor. They put me back into shape, and off I go again. But yeah, it's good to see him. So Savitar Team Asia running 3 riders and sort of sharing data and resources with Swift Grow Racing, which is the new name team for Lachlan Epis. And he was properly quick in the test as well. But we're staying now with JDT's new Ducati rider, Andy Ferrand Izdihar. And he's backed off on this lap, or been forced to back off. And we all want to see what Adam Norridin can do on this beautifully turned out machine. He said the team have been trying new things, especially working on electronics.
Yeah, he told me a few exciting things off camera, but that's something that we'll all see in the near future, we hope. And it's exciting times for the Suzuki outfit. They've done a 207. Adam's confident. The team seems to be progressing well.
Yeah, so if we see them for 4 rounds, they're not going to be in Thailand, so...
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. Notice running a hard front on that Suzuki.
Currently we have about just over half the grid back in pit lane. Atenanta has been consistent in the higher 206.
Yeah, this is excellent.
That's Kazuki Watanabe, who's just come back in as well. Kazuki's done a 208. They've managed a 207 in the official test. I believe that wasn't qualifying tires. I'll have to check again. But it does look like decent improvements from Aprilia. So they're slowly closing the gap to the top.
Yeah. Kito Abe, we haven't seen too much of. And I think he's either in the pit. There he is. Number 41 being chased by number 39. 41, of course, Nakarin. 39, Kito Abe. Another championship challenger, Kito Abe, who just faded as Afiz really got a grip towards the end of the year on the championship. I think for Nakarin, this is a good test this weekend to see how he can do, because he's very strong at home, but has been inconsistent away from home. And this season he'll be away from home at 2 rounds here at Sepang and also at Motegi. And another one to be confirmed. Round 4 not yet confirmed for the 2026 championship as of yet. Nakarin best time so far at 2:08. We know he can go a lot quicker than that. So not much going on track at the moment. It's a 40-minute session, and it's not halfway through yet. So steady lap for Makarin. Don't think he's going to improve. He was previously on a 208 dead, 208.000, and he's just done another one, so he's consistent.
207.999 on the levy. So, Lachlan Epis. Lachlan Epis coming back out from pit lane. Kito Abe comes in. An okay session by Kito, but he will be looking for more. They need to find 206. The benchmark for a consistent pace has been risen over in 2025. So SDG Harpo, they'll have to look for those slightly faster lap times. It's difficult with these Ducatis being so strong these days. And the talent of Hafiz and now Andy as well. JDT have a superstar team with a brilliant machine.
Yeah, they really do.
Let's put it this way, Ducati has dominated the thousands class in many championships, so it's time now in ARC for them. Honda will have to try and strike, and BMW as well. We've seen the potential of the BMW for the past many years.
Yeah, and a championship, of course.
Twice. Once with Aslan and then with
oh, yes. Aslan
Marcus.
was the inaugural champion, yeah. We do miss him.
We do miss him, yes.
Yeah, Marcus Reiterberger being the 2023 champion.
Here comes Adam Norden. Back into pit lane.
So 207.8, that's decent early doors for him. Busy pit lane there.
Kazuki Watanabe just comes across the front straight. So he's putting in a lot of laps, trying to find those improvements with the Aprilia. Currently so on track, Zakwan's come out as well, so has Azor. So the two Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia riders are back out on track. I think we can expect the rest to come out roughly with 10 minutes left as usual. Just take a quick water break and make a few adjustments. JDT making some proper adjustments to the front forks there of Hafiz Sharin's bike.
Yeah, looks like it.
I think they're changing the whole inner tube.
Yeah, and that's on the back of 0.4 of a second advantage at the top of the timing screen.
Yeah, I think probably Hafiz feels he can get a little bit more out of that bike. He'll be looking for a 205 again. Andy will be hunting for a 206 today at least. But I think we can put Andy right in the mix immediately for potential podium this weekend with how he's riding. Seems like you give Andy Farron any bike and he just molds.
Yeah, he's such a good racer. But yeah, I mean this is such a change for him after spending must be his whole career on Hondas.
Yeah, I don't remember a time where I've seen him not on Honda.
No, I did. Even though, of course, we knew about it. It's just seeing him for the first time on that number 27 on a Ducati.
It feels strange.
Yeah, looks good though.
Sure does.
And I guess we're soon going to get used to it. We're already very well used to what we're seeing here. Zakwan Zaidi, although we're not used to seeing him going quite at that pace, usually considerably quicker than that.
Yeah, in the test he looked good, but it seems that today they're just missing something. 2087 is not Zakwan Zaidi quality.
Yeah, nowhere near it. Lots of podiums for the former champion.
I really think Kazuki Watanabe, some point this season, he might be contesting the top 5 positions, because he's already up to a 207.5 on the race
Really,
times.
yeah, it's really impressive. Yeah.
This Aprilia has potential. I mean,
Yeah.
he's really showing it now. For motorcycle racing fans, we know how good Aprilia can be.
Well, absolutely, yeah, yeah.
So this is good news for them.
There is one other category where they clearly have the best bike.
Yes. Literally smashing records right now. So
Yeah.
this is going to be interesting. I mean, what I would love to see, because of how well they're doing globally, if that could trickle down to their production bike right now that Kazuki is riding. They get improvements, they get a budget, and we have another bike that can throw their hand into the mix.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because right now, I mean, talking about Kazuki riding this bike against much newer models. It's really impressive. He's already improving through Sector 2 as well, so keep an eye out for the Aprilia.
Yeah. Yeah, I must say, anyone who's ridden an Aprilia has never quite forgotten the experience.
Something about the chassis, they just know what they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And that V4 engine is quite something as well. Just pulls and pulls and pulls.
Yeah, and the Aprilia V4, it has a completely different rasp to it compared to the other V4s that I've heard. It's just a lovely, nice noise.
Yeah. Hard front being worn by Zakwan's Honda as well. Seen a few here. We're just looking down the order after we extolled our happiness at and West being back in. The problem that he has is just that Yamahas aren't quick enough in a straight line.
Yeah. I mean, they just lack about 10 to 15 kilometers per hour down the straight, and we have 2 of those here in Sepang. So it's a real struggle. I mean, Anthony West he's riding in the 209s. Joe Francis 210s. We know that they're capable of a bit more, but
yeah,
it's just that they need the extra top speed. The Yamahas are brilliant through Sector 3 and Sector 2, where it's just long, flowy turns, but flowy and sharp turns. But everywhere else where it requires the brute power, it just doesn't have it.
Yeah.
I mean, in comparison, we talk about fully the top speeds that we've seen on these bikes. Zakwan has clocked a 3:05 before in Sepang down the front straight. Right now, Anthony West has done 277. So that's 28 kilometers per hour down.
277, and Joe France is 252. Can it be?
I think that's probably the refresh from the outlap, I think. I'm certain I saw
Must be left over from the 600 screen. But yeah, talking about riders that we're really happy to have in the championship, Joe's another one.
Yeah.
He's a really talented, solid rider. Yeah, a great presence in the paddock, actually.
No, he's a brilliant guy, and he was really one of the rising stars in the British racing scene back when he was racing on prototype machines. And after injuries, and that's where it slipped a bit for him. But now he's back in form. It's great to see him.
Yeah. Based at the moment in Australia.
Yeah, in Perth.
Perth, working in nickel mines. he told me yesterday. So, yeah, enterprising guy that he is.
Yeah. On the other end, and then on the other end of the world is Lachlan Epps, who's moved around Spain now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah. Lachlan's now in Andorra.
Andorra, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, what a globe-trotting bunch these superbike riders are.
Ooh, Anthony West has found some decent improvements. He's gone into the much lower 209s, 209.0. He's improving through sector 1. The two JDT Ducatis now are riding together again. And he was up in sector 1, but not much improvement in sector 2 or sector 3. Rocco is only a second off the pace, so Rocco will be looking for some improvements on the second run.
Yeah, this is a good session from Rocco. Only just slightly off Asroy. See riders that should be quicker. Asroy, Zakwan. Zakwan's moved himself into P3 with a 207.
Nakarin, that's another one. It's just, I mean, for sure Nakarin has home advantage in Buriram, but if he can find that sort of pace on the other circuits, he'll be almost unstoppable.
Yeah, I see Westy's Yamaha running a hard front as well.
Yeah, he's come across with another low 209. So it looks like it's going to be another in-lap for Anthony West, just doing some experimenting. And he finds gone quick in sector 2.
It's a long relationship now with the Victor Racing team as well. He's, I think, pretty much throughout his ARRC time, he's been with Victor Racing.
Yeah.
And you can see they get on really well. He's got a lot of confidence in the team and really likes them.
Yeah. This time making the switch to the Moto Go team of Cam Dunker.
Yeah.
And it's but he still has that, you can still see that family bond with Victor Racing whenever he's around.
Yeah. Yeah, very much. And interesting for Moto Go to switch from an absolute rookie in Cam Dunker to an absolute veteran with Westy. Yeah, both exciting in their own ways.
We do miss Cam being in this championship. He's currently still active in the Australian Superbike. So, Cam, if you're watching, convince your team to send you for a couple of rounds here. We'd love to see you back.
Yeah, have a word with Patrick. That would be good. And yeah, I noted as well that Cam Dunker finished 4th in ASBK last year. Westy finished 3rd. So yeah, lots of quality there.
I think Azroy's making a bit of improvements in sector 1 on this lap. Sector 2 as well is up by Azroy. So Azroy looking for a lower 207 or a higher 206.
Yeah, Rocco improving too.
Actually, very similar lap time coming in from both Rocco and Azroy. So they both should go up a couple of positions or at least close the gap down. These two JDT Ducatis aren't improving much.
Yeah, running together at the moment. That's the first time we've seen that. Given the experience and quality of both riders, I'm not sure what they're quite going to get out of that. Another good sector from Rocco. Adelanta still second.
Ooh, Rocco's gone with a 207.286, Azroy 207.297, so Rocco goes up into 6th, Azroy into 7th, they close the gap down to 9/10. So steady improvements from Rocco and Azroy. It's really good for Rocco.
Yeah, it's interesting that he looks more comfortable on a superbike than he did on the 600.
Sure does.
And he's got the physique for it. And he's only 17, but he's tall and you know, well, he's got a good, strong frame on him.
Yeah, indeed. And he's gone up into 3rd place with a 206.818. The fastest sector 4 of the session done by Hafiz on that lap. Hafiz clocked in at 206.814, so near identical times by both Ducatis.
Yeah, big disparity in top speeds as well. Joe France is 272.7. Quickest is 294, Azroy. Zakwan now P4 on an out lap. 5.5 minutes remaining to the checkered flag. Just see what he's wearing. Yeah, still wearing the hard front. And another good lap from Adelanta. Closes to 0.434 from Hafiz Shirin. So the Honda rookie splitting the two Ducatis. Then it's Zakwan, then it's Kito Abe. Then it's another rookie, Rocco Sessler. Very intriguing start to the season in this first practice session. Also intriguing in the wrong way perhaps is Nakarin down in 11th. Best time of 207.999. So we've got Adelanta surpassing expectations. We've got Rocco Sessler surpassing expectations. And Nakarin falling short so far by his standards, the runner-up in the 2025 championship. There is Rocco, 207.286, as you can see on your screen. This is a really good superbike debut. There he is, the number 15 on that Savitar BMW. He's got Azroy behind him. Azroy also not going quite as quickly as you might expect. Conditions remain perfect here at Sepang International Circuit. Brightening from the earlier overcast conditions that we had. I'd say at a guess air temperature around 30 degrees, which is quite modest. There he is, the number 15. We've seen him in TVS. We've seen him in Supersport 600s. Now here he is, ASB 1000, looking as comfortable as he has ever looked. And he has won a race here when he was in TVS back in 2024. So he does seem to be enjoying himself. Lachlan Epis has improved and is on a decent lap now. Lachlan second quickest in the test on Wednesday. New sponsor for him, Swift Grow. It's Swift Grow is an organic fertilizer, which is basically organic fish manure, which is doing wonderful things for the planet and for the profit margins of the farmers who are using it, I hear. So more power to them. Perhaps there should be some kind of carbon credit given to the team for having an environment-saving sponsor on a not terribly environmentally friendly motorbike. So welcome to Swift Grow as a sponsor in ARRC. As I was saying earlier, when we were looking at the underbones in the 250s, there are quite a few new sponsors coming in, which is fantastic for this championship. As Rocco waves Azroy past. Perhaps Rocco's going to have a look at how Azroy tackles turn 15. This has been a good lap for Azroy. But no improvement in his position. He remains 9th quickest and almost a second down on the quickest time, which has been in the hands of Hafiz since the first flying lap. Seconds tick down now, and the checkered flag comes out. This could be another flyer from Azroy. Let's see what he can do final time around in this first of 3 sessions for ASB 1000 today. Of course, we go into qualifying tomorrow morning and race 1 Saturday afternoon. But this has been a really intriguing start for the ASB 1000 class. The defending champion has been quickest from the outset. He was quickest in the official test on Wednesday. There he is, the number 55, Afisharin Abdullah for JDT Racing, his 3rd season, and indeed JDT's 3rd season in ARRC. Nobody else seems to be threatening to move up the order. There is Kito Abe, another contender for SGG Hark Pro. Fantastic team that runs out of Japan. Bagged the 2024 championship, of course. Competitive throughout 2025. And it looks as though Kito will finish this session 7/10 or so off the top. And as we have a little look now, as we look at the Malaysian flag painted into the banking at turn 1, 206.365 was the best time of practice 1.
So I'm with Jazil Jeremy from the AP250 class from Team ACR. Jazil, it's good to see you once again for another season.
Thank you.
How's it been?
It's good to be. I'm very happy to be joining this year ARC. It's another opportunity for me. So I will try to keep up with the front riders and give some good result.
So last season, we can consider it the year where you and the team were ironing out the creases. So what's new for this 2026 season?
So we got a new engine this year. So we need to find a new setup. Still, when testing, we struggling to find the setup. So slowly, just now in free practice one, I think we got a bit, but still need to improve a lot. Yeah.
So we're all excited to see you and the team here because you guys are the Singaporean representatives in this class. So what does the future look like right now for Jazil Jeremy as a rider in this class and the team as well?
I feel very happy to be the only Singaporean here to race. So I try to give something for Singapore. But it's a bit difficult for me because in Singapore we don't have any circuit to train. Yeah, but I try my best to adapt to the bike when we come for free practice on Friday. Yeah, so hopefully the bike is okay and I can stay with the mid pack. It's okay for me already.
So in the coming seasons, can we expect you to stay with the team for this class, or is that still uncertain yet?
Next year, not sure, but hopefully get another year. But I try my best.
Thank you so much, Jazil. Always good to have you back.
Yeah,
And
thank
thanks.
you.
Good luck for this weekend.
Yeah.
Welcome back. We are on track for the first time today with the TVS Apache 310s. Lots of development work been going on in this category for these machines since the end of 2025, so it's going to be good to see what differences those make in terms of lap times. A lot of changes to the field too. At a quick glance, there are 11 different nationality riders here. And so the actually the renaming of the championship, which I'm going to tell you in a minute. I want to get that right from the start. It's the TVS Racing International Championship this year. It's a good renaming, as I said, with 11 different nationalities out of 16 riders. So we're looking forward to seeing who's going to come out on top. And as I hinted at the end of the ASP 1000 session, there is a notable absentee from this championship this year, and that is the champion. 2 times champion Hiroki Ono is no longer racing in this category. He is around the paddock, working with the Honda Racing Vietnam, so doing some good work behind the scenes. But we will not see him crushing the souls of his competitors as we did for 2 seasons, or 2.5 seasons to be precise, because he came in the middle of 2023. So that leaves the favourites in the field, actually after just 1 or 2 flying laps. At the top, you can see Ramdan Rosli, Sartak Chavan. But look at that, the Portuguese rider. Oh, there we go. So you can completely forget what I just said about the about the form. But this is very early in the session.
Benchmarks around here on the TVS would be lower 221s, and I think that we've had a 220 before as well. So if we're looking for 219s, they debuted the new fairing now, officially. We saw Vodafone testing it in Buriram.
In dark colours, but we, well, you anyway, spotted it immediately.
It's a bit more streamlined, so it should give them a little bit more top speed.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, to compare the lap times. So the number 1 is being worn there by Ramdan Rosli. And it seemed like in the interview yesterday, it was very much shaping up for a year-long battle with Sartak Chavan. So let's see how that shakes out and who else gets amongst it. That's going to be the interesting thing for me as we see Pedrino Matos move up the early order here. Akib Rifki from Malaysia currently sits at the top, though as you said, Daniel, the lap times are likely to come down another 2 to 3 seconds. From New Zealand on your screen there, it's Tyler King, number 14. Welcome to him. John Lopez we have seen before. The young Colombian rider running with the number 9 there. Tyler King, number 14. John just testing the runoff area, and ouch, testing the new tarmac at the exit of turn 14 there. Was Ortulwi Piri, who we saw at Buriram last season. Exciting prospect, but he has had a few offs.
It's a high side for Ortulwi, yeah, it's just on the exit of turn 14.
Yeah.
I think this will be the first time Ortulwi comes to Sepang. So, yeah, turn 14, you get the line slightly wrong, it is quite easy to send the bike over. It's a very tricky second to last turn.
Yeah, so an early knock there for the young South African. I was really pleased to see him back in the order because we saw some speed in him, didn't we, in Buriram?
Yeah, there's definitely potential. So hopefully he's walked away from that. So hopefully he comes back into the second practice strong with some improvements.
Yeah, young and bouncy, that's okay.
Yeah, at that age is still rubber band, so he'll be fine.
Yeah. As the times come down, Ramdan Rosley has moved himself to the top of the order. And Morapong Malahuan, who probably we won't see racing. I haven't spoken to him since we've been here, but he stepped out of the competitive role last season, having won the inaugural championship in, my goodness, when was that? 22 or 23? This has been a fixture, this category's been a fixture now for a good few seasons now, and it's gotten better and better.
And it's attracted so many riders from different parts of the world. We have South Americans, we have a rider from the African continent.
Yeah, Spain, Portugal, Japan, India, yeah.
It's another rider off that.
Is that Nakib?
It's next to Keith.
Oh, it's Keith Frost, okay, in his second season now.
That's on the entry to turn 14, so that's a fast place to crash. Likely lost the front there. So he looks okay.
Again, he's only about 15 years old, so yeah. Bounces up nicely.
Oof. A little bit of moment there for Nakarivki. Pedrinho Matos not taking too long at all to get used to these bikes.
No, he's not, is he?
Second, 23.1 is not bad at all. The fastest practice lap in 2025 was a 22.099. So Pedrinho is doing an excellent job. He has experience on these type of machines. He's done the Junior GP Championship and a number of other championships where they ride on similar style bikes, prototype bikes.
Yeah, his fellow Iberian, Luis Miguel. Also a really quick rider.
Quite a number of fast riders on two wheels coming from Portugal these days. Of course, one of the most accomplished and notable ones is Miguel Oliveira.
Yeah, the Portuguese icon, really. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
This is a good intro for Nakib as well. It's being trailed there by Kawai Ahmed, who we've seen at some stage, maybe not all through every season, but at some stage we've seen him in every season.
And Nakarivki is going to be an interesting one this weekend as well. He's another rider who has come up through the Honda program, and he has done some time on prototype machinery. So now he joins the TVS Championship, and already I'd say quite impressive. Very similar to Pedrinho right now, but he's off the pace by just about half a second.
And there's the boss, who's setting a fine example and set the quickest time so far.
Yeah, Farapong, the rider who tests all the new gizmos and gadgets on the TVS bikes before they get released into the championship. He has helped TVS make this bike quite a machine.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Inaugural champion. But like everybody else in the field, he had to make way for Hiroki Ono as he joined mid-season 2023.
I'd like to see Fadel Ghassani. He hasn't gone around yet. Fadel Ghassani, another cycling rider from Indonesia. Rashid Dave doing a decent job. He's in 6th currently. So in this class currently we have 3 Indian riders.
Yeah. Pedrinho putting the hammer down again on this lap.
Okay, correction, 4 Indian riders. Sarthak Chavan a bit lower than where we would expect him.
Yeah, this is going to be a quick one from Ramdan as well. No surprise there.
Yeah, the lap times are decent, but I mean, yeah, it is only practice 1, but they're just a bit off from the fastest times that we've seen of 2025.
Yeah, I'm feeling that as well because the conditions are perfect.
Yeah. I mean, the temperature is beautiful right now, but who's that that's gone off?
Excursion there for Tyler, yeah. New bike, new circuit. It's a lot to get used to. And there is Pedrinho.
Luis Miguel is going quick. He's gone fast in Sector 1, fastest Sector 2 so far. Luis Miguel has some good memories here in Sepang last season.
Yeah, it really was a good season for him. Right from the first round, actually, he made an impression. Ended up 4th in the championship, but yeah, just looking at the record, he won race 2. And he was in round 2, and in round 5 when we were at Sepang, he was 2nd in race 2. So yeah, we know he goes well here.
Luis Miguel's just at another fast Sector 3. Ramdan Rossi didn't manage to complete that lap quickly, so just done another 2:23.2. Luis Miguel as well. Seems like he made an error somewhere. Sector 4. Not what we would have wanted.
Yeah, Ramdan improving. Oh, that really quick sector.
Oh, actually, yeah,
from Ramdan.
Yeah. And Luis Miguel, sorry, he's jumped up into 4th. So he's found a bit of pace, 23.0.
Yeah, as indeed we might expect. This young Portuguese rider is impressive too. I'm assuming this is his first trip here.
Ramdan improving again, Sector 1, Sector 2. It's all looking better for Ramdan.
Yeah, Sartak's been a little bit quiet, but improving now, and Sartak has just done the quickest Sector 3. Just looking at him and Ramdan together yesterday. Just take another. What are we looking at here?
Oh, quite the moment from Nakib. Still getting used to the TVS bike.
Yeah, that looked very much like a bike issue rather than for him, rather than a learning the track issue.
Oh, Ramdan has just come across with a 22.7, so that's a bit more like it.
Yeah, and Vorapong showing that he's still got something in the tank.
Oh, it should be a really good lap from Vorapong, actually. I think it's going to be a very low 22 for him. He's faster in every sector than that lap for Ramdan. Yeah, there we go, 22.068. So that is the new fastest practice time that we've had in this class. So
Wow.
Warpong beats Ramdan's fastest practice lap so far.
Is he going to be able to hold himself back from entering the race? Are we going to see him in qualifying tomorrow morning? Well, let's see. There goes Ramdan. There goes Sartak, who's wearing number 2 this year. So yes, we can expect to see them fighting it out, but it really does look as though a few more young guns are going to be getting amongst it. I think Sartak really feels like he's got something to prove this season in this class.
Sartak's been hugely successful in his campaigns racing in India.
Yeah, he's garnered quite a following now, as well he might.
Yeah.
I mean, he's you know, he's quite a charismatic personality. Speaks well. So yeah, good for him. More eyes. It's of course TVS is a huge Indian motorcycle manufacturer.
Oof, Luis Miguel has gone fastest in Sector 1, fastest in Sector 2, so this should be a really good lap from Luis Miguel. It's going to be in the 22s for him. That's Ramdan there. Behind him is just Sartak. Both not really wanting either one to follow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see, maybe Sartak's going to run out of patience. Maybe not.
Yeah, both coming into pit lane now. So right now, the only rider really on a charge is Luis Miguel. And so far through sectors 1 and 2, it's looking really good for him.
Yeah, this is
Oh,
going to be,
sector 3 as well.
yeah, so this is going to be a good final time around for Luis Miguel. On the timing screen, he's got Pedrinho, Ramdan and Warapong ahead of him.
Yeah, it's going to be in the below around 222.3 or 4, I think, for him. If he does this sector 4 nicely into turn 15 now. Behind him is Chirant, so that's where Chirant also has fun. A huge improvement in sector 3.
Yeah, we know Chirant has the speed too. This is it, they take the checkered flag.
Oh, 22.5 for Luis Miguel. And Chirant goes 4th with a 23.052. So Luis Miguel currently in 2nd. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, but it is the Sifu, Warapong, who leads the way in this first of 2 sessions. And knowing just how competitive he is and how much he loves racing, he must be having a few thoughts at the moment.
I think there'll be a discussion in the TVS garage tonight.
Yes, indeed. So, Warapong, that's .451 advantage he's got at the top of the timing screens from Luis Miguel, who got quicker and quicker all the way through that session. Championship runner-up from 2025, Ramdan was 3rd, and then it was Chirant, Pedrinho, Nakib, then Sartak. We'll see the official results come up. Still a few riders to come across the line. As we look down there towards the that's the exit of turn 1 and the approach to turn 2. And that really iconic Malaysian flag on the banking there. You must be able to see that easily from space.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
And there it is, 222. for the Underbone 150s. TVS Racing International Championship also has 2 rounds, two sessions today, and they will determine who goes through on combined times to qualifying 1 and 2 tomorrow. Welcome back to Sepang International Circuit. We are here in Malaysia, just a few kilometers south of Kuala Lumpur, for the first round of the season for the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We've seen all 5 categories, and we are now beginning the second session of the day for the Asia Production 250 class. Fastest this morning was Kritapat Kankum for Yamaha Thailand. Runner-up in last year's championship to Fadila Arbi, who has stepped up into Supersport 600s. And a year where he is surely aiming for the title. Number 37 going through there on the Honda with the yellow number plate is Aiki Iyoshi, seeing him for the first time that I can remember. Not on a Kawasaki, but on a Honda. And for SDG Hark Pro, as there's an early crash there, this is the first flying lap around. I can't quite see who that rider is. But he's up. That's the most important thing. Yeah, it was a front end washout. I still couldn't quite make out the number on the bike. Perhaps we can see it now. So, as I said, quickest this morning was Kritapat Kankum. And just sorting out the riders coming through on your screen there now. It's a category that where the riders often move through quite quickly, though there is one notable returnee that we should talk about when he appears on screen. There is Kritapat, number 39. He's running there with the number 69 machine, Yamaha Yamalube of LDS Axel. And Pirapong Nuibin paying for Team One for All, having won the final race of the season in the Underbone 150 category in 2025, has moved up with Team One for All into 250s. And familiar colour scheme, but it's really good to see Pirapong moving up into this category. He's a very, very quick rider on 250s and 400s in his home country of Thailand. So let's see what he can do this time. Running again the familiar number 24. His best time was 2:26.7 this morning. That was 2 seconds down on Kritapat's time. So let's see what Pirapong can do for Team One for All. He's following his compatriot as we speak. Number 39 is Kritapat Kankum. Aldez Axel getting amongst it there, and on the back of that group is another rider who stepped up. 2024 Underbone 150 champion and runner-up last year in the Underbone category was the number 222, Farming Bassam. Number 55 going through there is Unai Calatayud, Spanish rider in for Pro Power Antares MT Kawasaki. We knew them as Antares last year. They ran Yamahas. This year they are running Kawasaki's, which you can probably hear in the background. 250 4 cylinders screaming away. Unai racing in Spain and expected to be seen in the Pro Sport category in the World Championship. There he is, the number 55 on that gorgeous looking Kawasaki. exciting rider brought into the team by team owner Shen Jiang, who's also racing in this category with the number 40 bike. Yunai having a look around. And first visit here. So there's a lot to look around on this legendary 5.5 kilometer circuit at Sepang. 15 turns. All the ups and downs and twists and turns that you could ever wish for. It's a real challenge. You need to be precise, you need to be courageous, and your machine needs to be really strong and up to the task to do well here at Sepang International Circuit. Top of the pile so far, 225 from 191. That's with Fahmi Bassam, Yamaha LFN. You may recall that last year LFN brought Murabil Vitoni up from underbones into 250s. Murabil did tremendously well. Sadly, he was badly injured at the end of the season in a local race, so didn't complete the season. And Robbie, if you're listening, we wish you the very best for your recovery. And we miss the excitement that you brought to this category. Number 11 going through there. Number 11 is Gao Jiang for Team One for All. In again for the Japanese-based team. So on the timing screens, Kritapat leads, Fahmi Bassam leads Kritapat, and none other than Galang Hendra. And there's another Yamaha down. The rider taking his time to get to his feet. Rider well out of the way, so let's just have a look and see. Ooh, a nasty high side there. The rider really dumped down hard on the tarmac. So he's going to have all kinds of aches and pains. But in very good hands. There's Tayo Sato on the number 100, the Indian-based 1010 Hypersport team. Number 21 there is Irfan Haikal. Good to see him back into this category. There he is, number 100. There's Irfan, there's Gao Jiang, there is Aiki Yoshi, and there is number 80, teammate to Tayo Sato, Setu Rajiv. Good to see him back in the 250 class. Looks as though Setu was just running out wide, looking for some space on the track. But a welcome back to him. He's a rider who's physically developed quite a lot since we last saw him here. He's put on a lot of muscle, which he says he needs to lean down to be competitive in this category. He's also recently returned from Iran, where he was doing some rider training until things got a little bit hot. But now he's back, and very welcome back indeed to the AP250 class in the Asia Road Racing Championship. There is Chandra Hermawan, there is 24 Pirapong Lui Bin Peng. Same number, same colours, different bike, 14, one for all. '69 behind them is Aldias Axel. As Pirapong makes a stop. Fahmi Bassam, Kridapat Kankum, Galang Hendra, and Daniel Sharmi, and Unai Galata Yud still sit as the top 5. Then it's Aiki Yoshi, Viet Tuan for Honda Racing Vietnam, who had a good outing in the first session this morning. He currently sits in 7th. Setu Rajiv comes back into pit lane. And we're pretty much exactly on the halfway point in this 30-minute session. So almost everybody is in. So apart from the impressive performance of Viet Tuan, who, as I said, is currently 7th, got the number 571, Fadil Musyavi for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Panjarut Chitrul Chat, really quick rider with a great record in the Thailand and Asia Talent Cup. Currently 9th and been given a shot by Honda Racing Thailand. So he's very firmly on their talent development conveyor belt. And then Astra Honda's Badli Ayatullah, who performed really well this morning. He is currently in 10th. There's at least one Kawasaki still out on track, as we heard that scream past. So some riders emerging from their mid-session break. There's Daniel Sharmi, number 57, in again this season for Uma Racing. Uma Racing's 2nd season in the AP250 category, which is great to see. Other notables here would be Gary Salim, former 250 champion as an Astra Honda rider, now in the MS Glow for Men racing team. Sharjin Tong, who we got to know and love in Supersport 600, is in as a replacement rider for Tianyu Asia this weekend. He's currently 16th, look pretty good. And looking further down the order, Cardinals are running with Cardinals. I'll give them their new team name, Aeon Credit JQK Zinnages Cardinals are running Shota Yokoyama. We've also got Filipino rider Cristoville Villanueva making his way in this class. Chandra Hermawan, a long way down. He hasn't done much yet in this session. Neither has Reza Danica Arens. There he is on your screen, the number 123. Former 2 times AP250 champion. Just dropping back into this class from after a couple of seasons in Supersport 600s. It seems as though 250s is where he really shines. So it's good to have someone of that experience back in this category.
Yeah, Rich Takahiro was supposed to be here for this round, but he's got R3 Blue Crew World Cup test duties going on. That's why he's absent for this weekend. We should be seeing him in round 2, I think, in Buriram.
Right, again running with Chinese team. He ran with Antares last season. So that's quite an interesting hookup. As Reza Danica just tests the green. And a whole load of riders do. Strict regulations this season again for underbones and 250s to keep riders moving. They slow down beyond, what are the percentages, Daniel? Remind me. 15%, I think they've got.
I believe it is, yeah.
Yeah, so if their lap times drop by more than 15%, then they are penalised. And we saw that brought in at the end of last season to really good effect. And it really is a safety measure.
Yeah.
Because really anybody who's ever been out on a racetrack knows that slow riders on the circuit are one of the most horrific hazards you can ever come across.
Yeah, it's all the steps taken by the race control and all the safety officers to make sure everything is running smoothly. And it's what we want to see.
Absolutely, and that was a really good measure. See, the number 91 is Shota Yokoyama, head of the sole Singaporean in any category in Asia Road Racing Championship this year. Jazil Jarami, a really quick rider and former sparring partner of yours, Daniel. Jazil Jarami.
No, by the time I arrived, he had already excelled, and so a sparring partner, not quite, but definitely one of my references back in the day.
Yeah.
And those who followed the 250 racing in Malaysia back in, I believe it was 2016 to 17. Yeah, Jazil was excelling at that level. That time he was still in his early 20s. Now he's, I believe, 29, Jazil.
Okay. So just about Gen Z. I think it started in 97, didn't it?
I
Gen
believe
Z?
so, yeah.
Okay, so those two running quite collaboratively together, it seems. So riders we have yet to see come up the order, we might expect to come up, would be Chandra Hermawan, perhaps in with mechanical issues. Reza Danica, we haven't seen anything of. He seems to be having a few bike issues as well, as we saw him trundle off onto the green and out of harm's way several laps ago. Daniel Shami having another good outing, currently fourth quickest with a 2:25.7. 2:25.191 is the quickest time so far, which remains with Farming Bassam. 2500ths quicker than Kritapat, who topped the order this morning. But there is Reza Danica, number 1, 2, 3. And he's got Kritapat behind him and Pirapong behind him. So Indonesian, followed by two really promising Thai riders in this category.
I'm finding this introduction of Shota Yokoyama really interesting, because he hasn't raced in the lightweight class for quite a number of years. In All Japan, he's racing on the R1 now. Previously he was racing on the R6, and he's been doing 8-hour Suzuka on the 1000cc as well. So interesting introduction into the EP250 class. You would have expected him to be at least in the super sports, but clearly he has something to show here.
Yeah, that's right. That is an interesting one. To an extent that you see that versatility in Malaysian riders who are doing 600s and 1000s and then racing underbones as well in the national series. But there goes Kritapat. He did a 2:24, so he was a bit quicker in the first session. Some coming through here, it's gradually burning away the cloud, it seems, here at Sepang. It seems like no threat of rain, at least so far. We know how fast it can change, but being wheeled off there
Is that Juzzle?
Is that Juzzle's Honda?
Yeah, it looks like the colors of the ACR team and the Dynasty leathers. Yeah, I think it's Juzzle. He's come across Sector 2, but hasn't completed Sector 3 for quite a while now.
Right, another steady outing there for the number 24, Pirapong Luban Peng on Team 1 for All. He goes across the line just behind, sorry, not across the line, but into turn 15. Behind Daniel Shami. And the 39 who'll cross the line now is Kritapat.
Oh, Kritapat
He bumps himself up to the top. Yeah. Yeah, that was a really good lap. Fastest Sector 2 and Sector 3s, as well as his best first and fourth sectors.
Just watching how Pirapong's body position is, he's got a very 80s riding style about how he's riding this 250.
It's a nice observation. He can't be as young as he looks, actually, Pirapong.
Yeah.
Because he's been around a long, long time. But he does look very young, very youthful.
He does. He looks like he's forever mid-20s.
Yeah. But I can remember him racing when I first poked my nose into the Asia racing scene in 2010, 2011. So he's got a best time now of 226.4. Just having a look on the outside there of Daniel Shami. Explain to us what you mean by 1980s riding style, Daniel.
So it takes you back to the two Waynes, Wayne Rainey, Wayne Gardner, where it's fully butt out and shoulders, not dropping anywhere at all, and completely the opposite of Dennis Shami behind him, where they would drop that upper body down. And look at that, just full on crossed up. It reminds me of Ray Ratakore as well.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
So I think it's proving that the old school body method doesn't make you any slower. It's all the same. As long as you can pin it down.
Yeah, that's right.
Ooh, Hyundai has done really well in this session, actually, looking at it. 225.8. In a session where it seems that the limit is around the low 225s and upper 24s. Hyundai has done a great job on the Kawasaki, especially after missing valuable time in practice 1.
Yeah, he was quick right from the start.
And Nike, who's made the switch from the Kawasaki, is currently sitting in 6th. Top Honda, however.
So he is. Well, well. So yeah. 4 Yamahas, Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha.
Yeah, this is a good mix. It's going to be interesting to see what happens next, because we do expect the Hondas to be closer to the challenge, but it is those two runaway riders, Kritapat and Fami, with just that extra edge over the rest. And it's Galanghendra.
Yeah, what is distorting the distribution of manufacturers is I think the virtual non-appearance of Reza Danica.
Yeah, I think maybe Astra Honda were trying something new for this session, and I don't think it's gone in the right direction for Reza. He came out a couple of times, but never really started pushing on.
Yeah, Badley also was really quick all the way through the first session, but is down in 11th currently. There goes Fahmi Bassam. He's making as good a debut as you might expect from somebody of his quality, so good work from him and LFN, of course.
Yeah, it's great to see Fahmi on a 250. We know the skill and talent that Fahmi has. It's about time that he's made that step up. And great job on LFN as well for continuing on into the second season in the 250 class and continuing well.
There he is, and Galang Hendra just pushing on a little bit. Maybe he's not going to improve his position anyway. But decent session anyway for Galang. Fahmi's really on it though.
Aiki on his previous lap just snatched away the top speed so far in this session, 193.2 kilometers per hour. Not a bad job at all in that Honda.
Yeah, just on the back of that group there. No, not that group, the other group. That was Leong Nanzi, the Hong Kong rider. But here, we're looking at the 99 of Galang in that, just at the front of that. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
No, go on.
Xia Juntong is doing an amazing job in the 250 class so far. He's been on the 600 for so long, and he's adapted so quickly. He's in the top 13, and he's only 2 seconds off. So great job from Xia Juntong and the new team, Tianyu Asia Racing MFZ.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Good to see them coming into the championship as well. Chinese presence growing, it seems inevitably.
Yeah.
We've got a manufacturer in the underbones in the shape of Vogue making their way, and more to follow, no doubt.
Yeah, there's so many development programs happening in China as well now, and they really are trying to, well, they've already made an impact in the world with their bikes, now they're trying to make an impact with their riders as well.
There is number 123, who every time I've looked at the timing screens has been on an outlap.
So I think this will be the
number 15. Sorry, Daniel.
Right. I think this is the only completed lap for Reza, yeah. And it's not a bad one either. He's gone up into 7th with just that one flying lap at 26.0.
Yep, as you'd expect from his class. I'd like to see him around. He's not an easy rider to read.
Yeah.
He is quite inscrutable, but hopefully he's enjoying this return to 250s. perfect day for racing here at Sepang International Circuit. So we'll see you again in about 5 minutes for the Supersport 600s. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for staying with us. We are on track now here at Sepang International for the second session of the day for the Supersport 600 class. As you can see them peeling out of turn 15, led by number 32, Helmi Asman, followed by his teammate, who's actually switched his number, hasn't he? It was 18, was it 18? No.
It was 44 before.
44, okay, but now 98.
Yeah, usually riders do that when they have a switch of mindsets, get rid of the past, start fresh. So Kip, who's been looking fitter than ever, I think he's sending out a message to everyone now.
Yeah, well, we know his quality. And a whole bunch of riders going together. We had an intriguing first session in which Kazmayuddin, the defending champion, came out with a late charge to top the timing screens. That was a 2:10.5 for him. As we stay with Helmi and Kip there. In once again for Idemitsu Honda Malaysia.
Whoa, Izam's gone off again.
Oh, ouch.
And that's at turn 5. Oh, that's fast. Oh, okay, but he looks okay, but that would have been on the same shoulder that he crashed on. Official testing. Poor old Izam.
So, disappointing start to the session for Izam Iqbal. He was going respectably well in the first session.
Yeah, Izam during 2025, he managed to clock in around very low 211s and maintain that pace, so he has the potential. It's just, of course, a new team, different bike. He will have to work out a few things, but so far, 2 crashes in the span of 3 days. It's going to be a bit difficult for him.
Yeah, so he's going to be sore. That was Helmi Asman went very wide at the exit to turn 14 then to let Kip take up position at the front.
Oh, a very decent lap from Kip already. 2:10.8 every session so far. Practice 1, practice 2, he's done 2:10s. Quite a statement from Kip. And a lovely look at Helmi's helmet there. I think he's the only one running that Alpine Stars helmet in ARC this season.
Okay.
Helmi looking a bit unsteady on the bike there out of turn 1 and 2. Saw this in practice 1 as well from him. Sorry, we saw this in ASB 1000 from Azroy, so.
Yeah, Kip looks like he's got more pace anyway at this stage in proceedings.
Improving already through Sector 1, but Urjan Sector 1, quickest time so far. Urjan's looking on a mission. He's been training hard on that CBR 600 back home as well as RB. Putting in the work. Looks like the work is paying off so far.
So the 2 Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia machines being split currently by Anupab Samoon. Kazma sitting at the bottom of the timing screens, as he often seems to in the early stages.
Yeah, he's taking a page out of Hiroki Ono's book, I think.
Something like that. But it shows confidence.
Sure does. It's another decent lap from Kip. It's just Sector 2 and Sector 3's gone a bit slower. Urjan's still on a hot lap. Sector 2 looks good. Sector 3 must have made a mistake. He's about a second off. So here come the 2 Idemitsu Honda Malaysia riders. Kasma's got up into second, 2:11.0. This Helmi Asman looks a bit like he's lacking a bit of confidence on this lap as well. Another look at that runoff there at turn 15. Kip has put in another fast lap, 2:11.0. It's fast to Sector 4. Just keep an eye out for Kip.
So that's really good pace, that last lap.
Helmi's run off. He's run really wide there. Just looking behind just to make sure no one is coming through. Oh, Kip. Oh, I think Kip ran off, and then Helmy was looking for where Kip ended up.
Yeah, I have to say, I get the colour scheme changes for the numbers, but they're not as easy to pick out as they were last season. Just saying, if you're listening in the garage there.
Yeah, yellow numbers look good against the red color.
Yeah, that's Tanat. Or Honda Racing Thailand, that is McKinley Carl Paz for Hongyong Yamaha. That is Herjun, number 46.
I think Herjun's going to be really motivated after Adenanta's 2025 season. The bike is capable, Herjun is definitely capable. Just a matter of him adapting now.
Yeah, he had a steady season apart from the win. Yeah, kind of a typical rookie season, I guess, but now he's going to expect more of himself.
Yeah, and he's a proper athlete, isn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, he really fought hard for his 2024 250 championship. You saw what he was made of then.
Yeah, and that was really a class where the odds were against him. He's taller, he's heavier than most, and yet...
And he was running with rev cuts.
And somehow he muscled his way through. He's gone quicker than Sector 3 now, so this could be a 2:11 coming in from Herjanatna. He did a 2:11 earlier in practice 1. It's just for comparison's sake. Yeah, he's done similar in 2025, so he'll be looking for those 2:10s eventually. 2:11.5 on that lap for Herjun.
Yeah, Kazma has just jumped up at 2:11. As he does, coming from nowhere to the top or somewhere near it.
Yeah, it seems
there he is, the number 27 on that familiar looking now Hongyong Yamaha. Familiar riding style as well. He always looks like he's taking a long look ahead through the corner. I mean, that's the classic thing. You have to look through the corners, but he always seems like he's looking maybe two corners ahead. Yeah.
It's probably the secret recipe that you just exposed for him. Yeah, Kaswa looking confident and brilliant. Interestingly enough, during the tire test, he was riding the R1. And I was happy to witness that in person. And he was quick then as well. He was lapping in a 2:06. So I think this will be another campaign for Kasma. Looking for the upgrade again.
Yeah, he's more than capable of making it a double championship. And he was cautious last year as well.
He was,
He just did enough. I mean, literally just. Because he won the championship on a countback. But he kept the pressure off himself.
I think the thing for Kasma, it's been so long since he found glory in Asia, in the Asian Road Racing Championship. So I think now the fact that he's done it this season, if he manages to find even more pace, or at least similar, he's going to go into it with way more confidence, knowing that he can do it. I think there was a bit of doubt in himself.
Yeah, he was quite a serious Kazma by his standards last season, because so often you see he's the happy, chappy, jokey kind of approach. But for a lot of last season, he wasn't.
Yeah.
Whatever it was, it worked. That's Anupab taking a stop as we approach halfway point in this 30-minute session. Number 500, he was the rider who just lost out on that count back. Helmy was looking cheerful, happy as he made his way around yesterday.
Yeah, I think physically he's in one of the best forms we've seen him in. And he's been training really hard, make sure his fitness is up to par. So it's just a matter of Helmy putting it together, because, gosh, he's been close at least twice now. Once he lost in the final round. other occasions, he's always been close to the top, but just been unfortunate along the way. So it seems really the season for Helmi to pull his way up to the top.
Yeah, it does. He'll be well aware of that as well.
Right now, one of the main threats is his teammate, because Kip, he's looking confident this season. In round 1 already, he's starting off strong, so this could be the boost for Kip to try and take the charge to the top.
Yeah, that's right. In 2020, I think it was 2023, Kip looked unstoppable for most of the season. Then it just kind of went off a little bit for him at the end. But when he's on form, he is the rider to beat. Welcome to this class to Jiao Tianhao, who's in for Victor Racing. That's McKinley Carl Paz, as expressive as ever. No translation issues there.
Yeah, Carl's not lapping anywhere near what we expected him to do this season so far. Maybe they've tried a few new parts, because if we look at 2025, in round 5 he managed to do a 2:11.0 in practice 1, so quite a bit more to be found for Carl. If you're wondering if the screens look a bit dark, there are some darker clouds looming over Sepang now, and it's always a bit threatening. It's only one small cloud actually in the grand scheme of things, but
Yeah, at the very start of this session, which was just over 15 minutes ago, the sun had broken through, but the sun's kind of moving towards turn 15 and beyond, and coming in from turn 1. There's much heavier looking clouds. But anyway, Daniel, you're the cloud whisperer here.
I wouldn't say that. I think every prediction I've made in Sepang has been wrong, because you can't predict the weather here.
Yeah, but you can actually watch it changing, can't you? As I don't think you can anywhere else, really.
Just like that, Sepang becomes a lot more quiet. Helmi's wasting no time. He's gone in for a quick adjustment, I think, just to solve whatever he was feeling earlier.
Yeah, there's
He's back
Dimas.
out. Yeah, Dimas is run a 2:15. Look at that already. It's only second session so far for him and the team, and 2:15, that puts him not too far away from the top 10 spots.
Yeah, he's going to be patient, as we were saying in the first session.
Smooth, calculated Dimas, experienced. This is looking good for MS Glow. We've seen what Gary Salim can do on their bikes in the AP250 class. Not too shabby at all. Competitive. For this season, we could see that they're still working things out, but looks like in both categories, the bike is very capable. So for the future of the team, it's starting to look good.
Yeah, it's a really serious-looking team.
Yeah, they're well backed. They're supported by Honda as well.
Yeah, with Dimas and Gary on board the bikes, then that has got to help the process.
Yeah. Yeah, I reckon the feedback that Honda would get from the both of them is going to be super valuable to them. I'm sure Honda in Indonesia values it quite a lot.
No doubt. Well, Dimas made his bones with Astra Honda.
Yes, Helmi Asman now on his outlap after a quick jump into pit lane. There's a couple adjustments, and yeah, already he's looking a bit more stable on the bike. It's like it's listening to him rather than going with a mind of its own.
Yeah, so, well, I guess in that garage, they know how to interpret what Helmi's telling them.
Yeah, some people think that in racing we come to the same circuit again, they're on the same bikes, shouldn't it be the same? But the funny thing is, each session can be so different just because of the temperatures alone. So because of that, there's always some fine adjustments to be made. The bike almost never feels exactly the same, and neither does the rider.
Absolutely. And here, this session, the air temperature is 5 degrees hotter than the first time they were out, because I checked both. And so the track temperature is going to reflect that, but more so. It's still going to be a good working temperature, though.
Yeah, should be. I think it's not by any means towards the more hottest temperatures that we've had in Sepang. Oh, a bit of a moment there on the switch for Helmi Osman. That's a scary place to have a little bit of a twitch when you're changing direction like that. That turns about 160 to 170 as you make the switch from left to right. Here comes Helmi Osman into turn 9. Yeah, it's a cautious Helmi. This is not Helmi on attack mode. Goes around turn 10 into 11. And again, when Helmi's pushing into turn 11, you would see that rear tire kicking out a bit more, but it just seems like he's lacking the confidence in his bike. I mean, he's still lapping quick, but we know Helmi. He wants 2/10 all the time.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, the lack of confidence is apparent in the way he's riding at the moment, but early days. He's got some time to himself now.
Yeah, this is proper quality time. The only rider out on track. So Wahyu Nugroho is also out on track, so yeah, just both of them dancing around Sepang for now. Comes across the line to 11.8, so again, it's decently quick times for Helmi. But knowing him, he wants 2-minute 10s. He will not be satisfied until he finds that. Oh, beautiful shots of flames coming out of Helmi's bike. We should get a replay of that. That one's beautiful.
Yeah, that excess fuel should be in the regulations, I think.
Yeah. Helmi to turn 4, picks a bike up. Sector 1 looking for Helmi. It's not going any quicker. So it seems, as of right now, where Helmi feels comfortable on the limit, it's not exactly where he needs to be. So they'll need to find some adjustments for Helmi for FP3. This will be more or less closer to their race time. So they'll be racing roughly about an hour from now on Saturday and Sunday. So they'll need to take this data into account, especially should the weekend be cloudy. And look at that, Kip in comparison, sliding comfortably into turn 9. Gets the rear kicking out as well as he goes through 11, and there's just confidence in Kip's control right now.
Yeah, so Kip's back out.
It's quite a quiet session, I must say, for the Supersport 600.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's been quiet for Kazma as well. He's literally just put in one fast lap.
Yeah, we've seen this sometimes from Kazma. I think maybe it's just a confidence thing from Kazma right now. He set in a good flying lap early on. He's only done 3-4 laps. 3 laps, actually, I think. And then he's come back in. He did similar in practice 1. He did a few laps, came back in, went out again. So now a few riders coming back out.
Yeah, so talking about the confidence, what you mean by that is they are confident, that they just want to check that they've got the speed.
Again, almost a Hiroki Ono playbook. But we have seen Kazma do this tactic as well.
Yeah. That's the 93 of Fadila RB. First time we've seen him in this session. Though he has been around. This is an outlap for him. Best time so far, 2:12.
Helmi, another error into turn 4 there. just not coming together. He has done his fastest lap so far for practice 2, 2:11.5 on the previous lap. Anupab improving in sector 1, so look out for Anupab. He's looking for a lower 2:11. Kip is on quite a quick lap, but he'll need to find a bit more in sector 2 and 3.
Yeah, Anupab needs to find a little bit more as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's an okay run so far, Anupab. 2:11.6. Should he want the best qualifying positions, he'll need to find at least 0.5 more.
Yeah, he did a 2:11.2 Anupab in session 1 in the cooler conditions.
There is a bit of wind currently blowing across against the flow.
Yeah, really this weather change has been within this session.
Yeah.
Because it did start sunny, and now it's cloudy, and the wind has risen a little bit.
So one of that's playing around with riders, especially in the switch of directions, coming into turn 5 and 6 and 12, 13, 14, where you really feel the wind pushing up against you. So Kip on that lap, he's done 2:11.6. So he's 0.8 off his fastest. Usually we can see him maintaining lower 2:11s, but this time it's not coming up for Kip. Anupab, he's done a 2:11.7, nearly matching his best time in this session. Kasma has gone back into pit lane. He came up momentarily and he's gone right back in, so Kasma not happy with something perhaps.
Yeah, there's another look at that beautifully turned out MS Glow for Men Honda.
Since the crash, he's not come back out. I think still fixing the bike, so that's another session with time lost for Izam.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Oh, and just as I say that, I think he has started again, or is that perhaps it's a glitch?
Sure, I was just going to say, hopefully that knock hasn't hurt him any more than he already was.
Yeah, it's concerning because it looked like it was on the exit of turn 5, where he will be on the left side of the bike. That's where his shoulder picked up the injury. Tanat's on an improving lap. Sector 1, he's gone quick. So it looks like Tanat has found something for this last push. Dima's not improving so far in his second run. Tanat finds improvement again in sector 2, so Tanat will be looking at dropping into the 2:11s. That will put him into the top 6.
Yeah, the Honglong Yamaha strategy is difficult to see because you've got Kyle really not competitive, and you've got Kazma who's doing only what he needs to do to stay at or near the top.
Yeah, it's bizarre because Kyle last season really looked on it and he was running really well. So something's amiss for him this weekend. Helmi Osman's done a 2:11.2, so Helmi finally getting it together. He pushes Surgeon down into 4th. And RB on that lap behind Dimas, 2:13, so now with clear ground in front of him. Let's see what RB can do. Ooh, and that's gone down.
Yeah, he was pushing then.
Unfortunately, this was a sight that we saw a few times in 2025 as well. It looks good on the lap for Tanat, and then just at the end of it, he makes an error. So unfortunate for Tanat.
Yeah, maybe a little bit frustrating. Let's take a look. He's just ahead of Kitsadar at this point.
Yeah.
And yeah, just front end goes away.
The front just never got settled for him. A lot of chatter going in, and then just didn't get planted. See, he looks quite frustrated with himself. And Kasma has come out again, so I'm just going to try and run something new, I guess. You're not going to come around to complete a lap.
Yeah, checkered flag was going to come out in 30 seconds. So this is just to check whatever it is he's changed.
As Kip's still pushing on, so this will be Kip's final lap. This lap, he's not gone any quicker. He's lost a lot of time in sector 1, 2, and 3, so I think he was just setting up for this coming lap, but by the time he gets across the line, checker flag will be out. He does take the checker flag first.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether Anupap's going to get another lap in or not.
Yeah, Anupap is
close.
Yeah, Anupap's also taking the checker flag, so
Right.
that session done for Kip, Helmi, and Anupap. Dimas next to come across, and he's not found any improvements, so the adjustments they made did not fruit anything. Izam is out on track, so Izam has managed to join back, and he is improving in sector 3. So Izam might find at least a little bit of something to go back to garage with. Great job from Izam and Victor Racing before getting that bike back on. It's not that long of a journey actually from turn 5, just down the service road, so I think that helped him a lot.
Yeah, yeah. And the main thing is that physically he's okay to get back in on the bike. The bike didn't look too badly damaged.
Yeah, and he's come across now. He took the checker flag, 2:15.8. So yeah, it's off by his standards, but surely they would have tried something, and there will be some feedback that they can use for Izam.
So that is just by his standards trundling across the line.
Yeah, Kyle did find some improvements, 2:13.0, but still almost 2 seconds off what he's capable of in Sepang.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not a small amount in racing.
That's it. But it has been
Bye.